loka no jagotum. Utina loko chagotum. Mamonu mi loko da wai amojonya. Alo mato jonya isia ya lego. Kijande masani olokore. Kijande masani olokore. Gimado kangara koda chupa koda busa. Kodoke pacho. Kendoro done minu kachiege. Nyako maworo dongeot. To nyako maworo dongeot. Ringo koko me koda pimo mede dakuon. Ya iwan dakuon oduogo chich. Woi mataro ninde par. Woi mataro ninde par. Manyiri nyero te makuoro. Alo mato kuoro pieretar. Woi rabondo to endara. Woi rabondo to endara. Milu kopanga manyandi wagi loka. Kodi loka rasira. Nyar sikuno makoi. Nyar sikuno makoi. Chuma mini da hoko da on mojonya. Andwayo mato ketere to tero pesa. Woi rabondo to epi. Woi rabondo to epi. Mamonu laro te mandopa. Alo matondopa mayando rubenyo. Jakuwa era wachmano kuala. Jakuwa era wachmano kuala. Okuala tokatanga mokuale bede onge awara. Jajuako era wachmano ira. Jajuako era wachmano ira. Ano ira tokatanga mo ire bede onge awara. Nyarara joero wachmano sera. Nyarara joero wachmano sera. Ana sera tokatanga mo sere bende onge awara. Rabondo ero wachmano liala. Rabondo ero wachmano liala. Ano liala tokata yer milialo bende onge awara. Eni puto era wachmara woto. To puto era wachmara woto. Awoto tokata tielo ma woto bende onge awara. gandalo. Awero amor ya peñwa. Loco por la lengua amor yo gandalo. Tiene como Mario amor ya peñwa. Awero luya tu no gandalo. Awero luya tu no gandalo. Tiene como Mario tu no gandalo. Awero ta como no amor ya peñwa. Ya mo ya da amor ya lu. Tiene como Mario amor ya lu. Otina loka no jagotum. Otina loko chagotum. Mamonu mi loko da wai amojonya. Alo mato jonya isia ya lego. Kijande masani olokore. Kijande masani olokore. Gimado kangara koda chupa koda busa. Kodoke pacho. Kendoro done minu kachiege. Nyako maworo dongeo. To nyako maworo dongeo. Toringo koko me koda pimo mede da kuon. Ya iwan da kuon oduogo chich. Woi mataro ninde par. Woi mataro ninde par. Manyiri nyero te makuoro. Alo mato kuoro piere tar. Woi rabondo to endara. Woi rabondo to endara. Milu kopanga manyandi wagi loka. Kodi loka rasira. Nyar sikuno makoi. Nyar sikuno makoi. Chuma mini da hoko da un mojonya. Andwayo mato ketere to tero pesa. Woi rabondo to epi. Woi rabondo to epi. Mamonu laro te mandopa. Alo matondopa mayandor venyo. Jakuwa era wachmano kuala. Jakuwa era wachmano kuala. Okuala tokatanga mokuale bede onge awara. Jajua ko era wachmano ira. Jajua ko era wachmano ira. Ano ira tokatanga mo ire bede onge awara. Nyarara joero wachmano sera. Nyarara joero wachmano sera. Ana sera tokatanga mo sere bende onge awara. Rabondo era wachmano liala. Rabondo era wachmano liala. Ano liala tokata yer milialo bende onge awara. Any puto era wachmara woto. To puto era wachmara woto. A woto tokata tielo ma woto bende onge awara.
Hello. We are Kisumu environmental champs who are running the campaign Food at COP in Kisumu. We are here present at the Africa Climate Summit side event in Kisumu, and we are trying to bring awareness of the importance of plant-based food systems to the fight against global warming and climate change. Basically, Food at COP tries to encourage world leaders and organizers of major climate conferences to serve at least 75% plant-based food systems and catering, which are inclusive, indigenous and affordable to all populations who are attending these conferences. We know that animal-based agriculture and commercial and industrial food production have contributed significantly to carbon and methane and other greenhouse gas emissions. And basically our campaign aims to create awareness about the importance of plant-based food systems and the detrimental effects of animal-based food systems when it comes to global climate change. Hello, we are Kisumu environmental champs who are running the campaign Food at COP in Kisumu. We are here present at the Africa Climate Summit side event in Kisumu, and we are trying to bring awareness of the importance of plant-based food systems to the fight against global warming and climate change. Basically, Food at COP tries to encourage world leaders and organizers of major climate conferences to serve at least 75% plant-based food systems and catering, which are inclusive, indigenous and affordable to all populations who are attending these conferences. We know that animal-based agriculture and commercial and industrial food production have contributed significantly to carbon and methane and other greenhouse gas emissions. And basically our campaign aims to create awareness about the importance of plant-based food systems and the detrimental effects of animal-based food systems when it comes to global climate change.
Aquarage Limited. We are right here at the regional climate summit hosted by Lake Basin Development Authority. And what we do as Aquarage, of course, we power growth in aquaculture. We connect, or rather we provide access to market for our fish farmers. We also give them access to quality feeds and as well as training and credit access. So technically that is what we do. We've gone into details, but just in detail what that is about. Once our farmers have harvested all these fish, we take that fish from them and sell it to the market. We also offer technical training for our farmers on good aquaculture practices headed by our aquaculture agents, and as well as provision of quality feeds. You can order our feeds from our app available on Google Play Store called the Aquarage Farmer app.
How the app works: as a new user, you log in and create an account. By creating an account, you'll be required to fill in your name, your phone number, and maybe your ID number. And after you've logged in, the home page appears. On the home page, you will see a feed performance section where you can sample fish and sell fish. And on the home page too, there is a place where you can order the feeds and icons that will lead you to other pages like record keeping. If you don't have a smartphone, we have the USSD code *789*4#, which allows any feature phone user to dial and either buy feeds or buy fish.
My name is Alice Wajero. I would like to introduce Martha 254 Collections. In Martha 254 Collections, we are doing a collection of men's wears and female wears. We also do hair wigs, which are human hair. We have a lot of beauty products, cosmetics, and of very high quality. You will find them for the value of your money. So if you visit us at the Lake Basin Mall lower ground, you will be able to see what you like. And you'll be able to select. We even have perfumes, refill perfumes, and other petty collections, and including earrings and jewelry. So I would like to welcome all of you to come to the Lake Basin Mall, visit us. I'm very sure you'll be very happy with whatever you'll find there. Karibuni sana. Thank you very much. My name is Alice Wajero. I would like to introduce Martha 254 Collections. In Martha 254 Collections, we are doing a collection of men's wears and female wears. We also do hair wigs, which are human hair. We have a lot of beauty products, cosmetics, and of very high quality. You will find them for the value of your money. So if you visit us at the Lake Basin Mall lower ground, you will be able to see what you like. And you'll be able to select. We even have perfumes, refill perfumes, and other petty collections, and including earrings and jewelry. So I would like to welcome all of you to come to the Lake Basin Mall, visit us. I'm very sure you'll be very happy with whatever you'll find there. Karibuni sana. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Martha. I'm the Communications Associate for Lake Hub. Lake Hub is a tech and creative company, mainly dealing with youth programs, women, and also elderly, different initiatives and trainings. Like for example, we have launched a program called Zone 01. It's a training that will be offered for 2 years, and after the 2 years, 3 years we're going to give you a guaranteed job. Basically the training is about software development, and it has different sectors like cyber security, blockchain, game development, amongst many. And for you to be, there's no criteria we are using to pick the people who will be in the training. Rather, there's just a link that you go to called Zone 1 Kisumu, and you play 2 games. The first game is for 5 minutes. It's basically memory. And the second is quantitative reasoning, basically. And after the 2 games, which has 3 chances in case you fail one, that is when you progress to the next stage, which is going to be like a boot camp that will happen here at our offices at Lake Basin Mall, Kisumu County. After the 1 month of the boot camp, we will have the finalists, 100 students, who will take part in the fully free training, and thereafter be guaranteed a 3 years job. So I'm welcoming you all for this exciting opportunity for young youth who have come from school and don't have anything. Secure your career right now with Lake Hub. Thank you. Operations Associate for Lake Hub. Lake Hub is a tech and creative company, mainly dealing with youth programs, women, and also elderly, different initiatives and trainings. Like for example, we have launched a program called Zone 01. It's a training that will be offered for 2 years, and after the 2 years, 3 years we're going to give you a guaranteed job. Basically, the training is about software development, and it has different sectors like cyber security, blockchain, game development, amongst many. And for you to be, there's no criteria we are using to pick the people who will be in the training. Rather, there's just a link that you go to called Zone 1 Kisumu, and you play 2 games. The first game is for 5 minutes. It's basically memory. And the second is quantitative reasoning, basically. And after the 2 games, which has 3 chances in case you fail one, that is when you progress to the next stage, which is going to be like a boot camp that will happen here at our offices at Lake Basin Mall, Kisumu County. After the 1 month of the boot camp, we will have the finalists, 100 students, who will take part in the fully free training, and thereafter be guaranteed a 3 years job. So I'm welcoming you all to be for this exciting opportunity for young youth who have come from school and don't have anything. Secure your career right now with Lake Hub. Thank you.
Kotuma monu mielo koda waya mojonya, alo mato jonya isia ya lego. Kijande masani olokore, kijande masani olokore, gimado kangara koda chupa koda busa, kodoke pacho, kendoro done minu kachiege. Nyako mawaro donge toringo koko me koda pimo mede dakuon ya iwon dakuon odwogo chich Woi mataro ninde par manyiri nyiero tetete makuoro alo mato kuoro piere tar Woira bondo to endara milu kopanga manyandi wagiloka kodi loka rasira Nyar sikuno makoi chuma min da koda won mojonya andwayo mato kethre to tero pesa Woira bondo to epi mamonu laro tetete mandopa alo matondopa mayandor venyo Jakuwa era wach maro kuala okuala tokatanga mokuale bede onge awara Jajwa ko era wach maro ira ano ira tokatanga mo ire bede onge awara joero wach mar sera. Nyarara joero wach mar sera. An sera to kata ng'ama sere bende onge awuoro. Rabondo ero wach mar liela. Rabondo ero wach mar liela. An liela to kata yier milielo bende onge awuoro. Eni putho ero wach mar awuotho. To putho ero wach mar awuotho. Awuotho to kata tielo mawuotho bende onge awuoro. mojana dago amori ya penywane yenu kumario amori yenu kawere luya tuno galawa mori jana goya tuno galawa yenu kumario amori ya penywa mojana go amori yenu odia wala loya tuno galawa awere ro amori ya penywa doko wala goya no chakotum utina loko chakotum mamonu mi loko da wai amojonya alo mato jonya isia ya lego kijande masani olokore kijande masani olokore gimado kangara koda chupa koda busa kodoke pacho kendoro done minu kachiege nyako maworo dongeo to nyako maworo dongeo to ringo koko me koda pi momede da kuon ya e won da kuon oduogo chich woi mataro ninde par woi mataro ninde par manyiri nyiero tetete makuoro alo mato kuoro piere tar woi rabondo to endara woi rabondo to endara milu kopanga manyandi wagi loka kodi loka rasira Nyar sikuno makoi chuma min da koda won mojonya andwayo mato ketre to tero pesa Woira bondo to epi mamonu laro tetete mandopa alo matondopa mayandor venyo Okuala tokatanga mokuale bede onge awara Jajwa ko ero wach maro ira Jajwa ko ero wach maro ira Ano ira tokatanga mo ire bede onge awara Nyarara joero wach maro sera Ana sera toka tanga mo sere bende onge awara Rabondo ero wach maro liela Rabondo ero wach maro liela Ano liela toka ta yer milielo bende onge awara Tielo mawoto bende onge awara
glad and rejoice in it. So tafadhali, if you are outside, this is a call. Can we all come in because we want to officially begin? Because our guests are here. Anytime, any moment, we shall be officially beginning. So tafadhali, naomba sote ukuje uchukue kiti chako, tulie chini. Usikuje ukasema kwamba haukuambiwa. Usimame useme kwamba nilipata viti zimeisha. Kuja chukua nafasi yako kama kiti bado kipo, alafu tuendelee rasmi na siku ama ibada ya siku ya leo. Kumbuka kwamba this is Africa Climate Summit 2023 Lake Basin Region. Tuko katika siku ya pili na siku hii ya leo ndio official inauguration. Tunatarajia viongozi wa serikali na viongozi wa county ambao watakuja katika maeneo haya ili wapate kuzindua hafla hii kirasmi. So naomba tutafadhali, kama uko nje, tuingie ndani, manake tunataka tuanze. DJ,
about the importance of plant-based food systems and the detrimental effects of animal-based food systems when it comes to global climate change. We are Kisumu environmental champs who are running the campaign Food at Hope in Kisumu. We are here present at the Africa Climate Summit side event in Kisumu, and we are trying to bring awareness of the importance of plant-based food systems to the fight against global warming and climate change. Basically, Food at Hope tries to encourage world leaders and organizers of major climate conferences to serve at least 75% plant-based food systems and catering, which are inclusive, indigenous, and affordable to all populations who are attending these conferences. We know that animal-based agriculture and commercial and industrial food production have contributed significantly to carbon and methane and other greenhouse gas emissions. And basically our campaign aims to create awareness about the importance of plant-based food systems and the detrimental effects of animal-based food systems when it comes to global climate change. We are Kisumu environmental champs who are running the campaign Food at Hope in Kisumu. We are here present at the Africa Climate Summit side event in Kisumu, and we are trying to bring awareness of the importance of plant-based food systems to the fight against global warming and climate change. Basically, Food at Hope tries to encourage world leaders and organizers of major climate conferences to serve at least 75% plant-based food systems and catering, which are inclusive, indigenous, and affordable to all populations who are attending these conferences. We know that animal-based agriculture and commercial and industrial food production have contributed significantly to carbon and methane and other greenhouse gas emissions. And basically our campaign aims to create awareness about the importance of plant-based food systems and the detrimental effects of animal-based food systems when it comes to global climate change.
All right. Asante sana DJ. Asante sana DJ. Right about now, mabibi na mabwana, wageni waheshimiwa, ningependa kuwaita on stage Lake Basin Choir. Lake Basin Choir watutumbuize na kibao nyimbo zao 2-3 hivi.
Hello.
Wageni wanapoingia ndani. Tafadhali nasema kwamba kama uko nje, tafadhali tuingie ndani, manake tunataka tuanze rasmi. Karibuni sana Lake Basin Choir.
Side event in Kisumu, and we are trying to bring awareness of the importance of plant-based food systems to the fight against global warming and climate change. Basically, Food at Coop tries to encourage world leaders and organizers of major climate conferences to serve at least 75% plant-based food systems and catering, which are inclusive, indigenous and affordable to all populations who are attending these conferences. We know that animal-based agriculture and commercial and industrial food production have contributed significantly to carbon and methane and other greenhouse gas emissions. And basically our campaign aims to create awareness about the importance of plant-based food systems and the detrimental effects of animal-based food systems when it comes to global climate change. Hello, we are Kisumu environmental champs who are running the campaign Food at Coop in Kisumu. We are here present at the Africa Climate Summit side event in Kisumu, and we are trying to bring awareness of the
Wonderful. Tupigie Kisumu Lake Basin. Samahani. Lake Basin kwaya makofi wanapoenda kuketi kwa kutuliza katika sauti zao nyororo kabisa. Mabibi na mabwana, we are live on Facebook and YouTube equally. Katika pages za Go Beyond, ukienda katika mtandao wako kwa simu yako, uende katika Facebook ama YouTube, tafuta Go Beyond, Go and then space and then Beyond. Ama uende katika mtandao wa Facebook, utafute Lake Basin Development Authority. Lake Basin Development Authority tuko live katika mitandao hiyo. Right about now, mabibi na mabwana, nataka niwaletee kikundi kingine ambayo itatubuiza, si wengine lakini ni wanadada warembo sana. Sauti wanazo, mavazi wanayo, uso na sura wameitengeneza. Nisaidieni kuwakaribisha Chipukizi Cultural Band all the way kutoka Kaloleni, kaunti ya Kisumu, wakuja watutumbuize. Karibuni sana Chipukizi Cultural Band. Asante. The stage is yours. Hao ni Chipukizi Cultural Band kutoka kaunti ya Kisumu, mtaa wa Kaloleni. Wanadada wamama wamerembeka, sura wako nazo. Kubarikiwa nao wakabarikiwa. Wanajiita Chipukizi Cultural Band kutoka kule maeneo Kisumu. Hey, wamama wana viuno na wajua kunengua kweli. Mimi nilijaribu lakini nikapata hamna, taumia bado, nitatoka hapa na fractures mbaya sana. Mabibi na mabwana, kumbukeni kwamba tuko live katika mtandao wa YouTube na Facebook katika page yetu ya Go Beyond. Pia vile vile tuko katika live Facebook katika mtandao katika page ya Lake Basin Development Authority LBDA. Tafadhali kama uko na simu basi unaweza jipeleka pale, ama uweza kuambia wenzako wafuatilie haya ambayo tunayatenda hapa. Kuwakumbusha tu wageni waheshimiwa, mabibi na mabwana, hapa nyuma yangu katika hili jengo kuna vioo vya msalani. Sijui ni vioo vya msalani ama ni msalani. Mtanirekebisha kidogo, Kiswahili sio lugha yangu. Kuna msalani huku. Ukiingia ni kama unatoka ndani ya building, unaingia ndani. Vioo vya wanaume viko katika mkono wa kushoto na vioo vya wanadada viko katika mkono wa kulia. So tafadhali, let's be directed like that and guided. Asanteni sana. Right about now, ladies and gentlemen, msaidie sana tuwakaribishe watoto wadogo ambao wangependa sana kuwa katika hafla hii, na si wengine lakini ni Kisumu Multi Talent ambao wako na items mbili ambao watatutumbuiza. Tuwapigie makofi Kisumu Multi Talent wanapoingia.
Hey, you there, listen to my voice and stop that bad manners. Why are you destroying our environment? Why are you dirtifying? No, why are you polluting our beautiful lake? Down the stream you throw plastic. Don't you know the harm you are causing? That plastic is a threat to the lake. Stop polluting our lake. Stop choking our fish in the lake. They too need to live, just like human beings. Let's join our hands together and protect our mother nature. You and I are the worst polluters. Let's act now and save our planet. There is no any other planet. Tujumike, tushirikiane, tulinde mazingira. Thank you.
Wonderful. Atoto kadogo lakini Kiswahili kana kilonga, Kizungu kana kiongea kweli. Kini wengine wetu Kizungu bwana, tukijaribu kidogo balaa. Najua tu ile ya kuomba maji. Kisumu Multi Talent now performing for us a dance.
You tear me apart, the beard and any but my new baby can mend my heart. am a religion. When I hit the road, other babies want to come and stay, but I give them one touch and make them go. All the side things just be play, and they know my baby give me vim. Anything I do, she give me vim. At the time, God Almighty, every day she sugar mighty. My baby, me the be bum, 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 me the be bum. But I am in the me bum, madam, skolum. Me the be bum, 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 me the be bum. But I am in the me bum, madam, skolum. She like it, how I like 'em. Slim thin, big bumper. She ride it like a biker. Marvin, energizer. My baby give me vim. Anything I do, she give me vim. At the time, God Almighty. Every day she sugar mighty. My baby give me vim. Anything I do, she give me vim. At the time, God Almighty. Every day she sugar mighty. My baby, me the be bum, 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 me the be bum. But I am in the me bum, madam, skolum. Me the be bum, 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 me the be bum. Your friend is saying.
Make we tell you people, it's really giving. Don't sit around till it's taken. I remember, in even a member said it. Exodus, it's a Kenyan Ugandan combination. See, I am walking down the race, I know I'll make it. And I'm never gonna fret, I know I'll make it anyway. Everybody want the place and you know you run the race, everybody say. Everybody want the place and you know you run the race, everybody say. I am walking down the race, I know I'll make it. And I'm never gonna fret, I know I'll make it anyway. Everybody want the place and you know you run the race, everybody say. Everybody want the place and you know you run the race, everybody say. DJ pump up, everybody jump up, yeah. Party say. DJ pump up, everybody jump, yeah. Jumping up on the feeling. To raise your hair, raise your hand to the ceiling. Big man in the place, him come along with a lot of praise. Me say, we got a great recognition. We never ceasing, never switching, never ditching. Me say, money that's for representing fresh and clean, me dancing. Will it, bounce to the right, to the left, to the right, to the back. Will it, to the right, will it, to the left, back to the center. Will it, to the right, will it, to the left, back. We're talking about wickedness with eating in a gospel where we partying. Yeah, he first time he met me Jesus, he never let me down. He put me up straight to the top. He never let me down. Me say, see, I am walking down my race. I know I'll make it. And I'm never gonna fret. I know I'll make it anyway. Everybody want the place and you know you run the race. Everybody say. Everybody want the place and you know you run the race. Everybody say. I am walking down my race. I know I'll make it. And I'm never gonna
Haya, tuwapigie makofi Kisumu multi-talent kutoka Central Kisumu Ward. Hawa Central Kisumu Ward iko karibu na airport, wanafanya maandalizi yao, preparation yao ama practice yao karibu pale na airport, ambapo kila jioni wanakutana kuona kwamba wanajiandaa katika haya yote. Bado wako katika jukwaa na wako na poem ambao wanataka watukaririe, alafu pia watatumbuize na kibao ya mwisho, alafu tutapata tumbuizo lengine. Karibu sana Kisumu Multi Talent.
Changing the climate or climate changing the world? No, I think that it is vice versa. They change one another, changing the beautiful face of Mother Earth. When the going gets tough, we need to think wide and think.
Think of the next generation, those who will come after us. Will they get it tough? Tougher than what we are going through.
Throughout the world, man is doing a great damage. From carbon emission, toxic, to the destruction of our fragile ecosystem. Just see the damage. Indeed, it is tough when the going gets tough. When the going gets tough, we need to think big. We need to go green. Green that you can feel. Think of our ecosystem.
Think of planting trees.
Hey!
Hey there!
Excuse me. We need to plant more trees to save our ecosystem. Mother Nature, we love you. Twakupenda.
LPDA, thank you for your cooperation, collaboration, and your participation.
And you, thank you for listening.
African Climate Summit.
Tuwapigie makofi mazuri jamani. Alright, hao ni Kisumu Multi Talent kutoka Kisumu Central Ward wakitutumbuiza siku ya leo. Mabibi na mabwana, I want us now to engage ourselves in a little small activity. Najua nyinyi wote ni waheshimiwa, but we are human beings. I want us to sing a song as we wait for wageni waheshimiwa. And this song, I want you to help me sing it as we do its action. There are two genders in this hall. There is a male gender and there is a female gender. So where an F, meaning female, is pronounced, you sit down. Where a W, meaning woman, is pronounced, you sit down. But where the opposite is pronounced, you stand up. Like where, for example, it's a song that all of you know. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. So I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. So if it is F for fish, female, you sit down. Will is for woman. Women, you sit down. Nataka tuone wale walipata instruction shuleni na wale walianguka. So where it said, I will, let me sing and I give you an example, and I'm a man. For example, let me sit here so that all of you can see me well. All right. This is now a male version. I will make
Hello, we are Kisumu environmental champs who are running the campaign Food at COP in Kisumu. We are here present at the Africa Climate Summit side event in Kisumu, and we are trying to bring awareness of the importance of plant-based food systems to the fight against global warming and climate change. Basically, Food at COP tries to encourage world leaders and organizers of major climate conferences to serve at least 75% plant-based food systems and catering, which are inclusive, indigenous and affordable to all populations who are attending these conferences. We know that animal-based agriculture and commercial and industrial food production have contributed significantly to carbon and methane and other greenhouse gas emissions. And basically our campaign aims to create awareness about the importance of plant-based food systems and the detrimental effects of animal-based food systems when it comes to global climate change. Hello, we are Kisumu environmental champs who are running the campaign Food at COP in Kisumu. We are here present at the Africa Climate Summit side event in Kisumu, and we are trying to bring awareness of the importance of plant-based food systems to the fight against global warming and climate change. Basically, Food at COP tries to encourage world leaders and organizers of major climate conferences to serve at least 75% plant-based food systems and catering, which are inclusive, indigenous and affordable to all populations who are attending these conferences. We know that animal-based agriculture and commercial and industrial food production have contributed significantly to carbon and methane and other greenhouse gas emissions. And basically our campaign aims to create awareness about the importance of plant-based food systems and the detrimental effects of animal-based food systems when it comes to global climate change.
Aquarich Limited, we are right here at the regional climate summit hosted by Lake Basin Development Authority. And what we do as Aquarich, of course, we power growth in aquaculture. We connect, or rather we provide access to market for our fish farmers. We also give them access to quality feeds and as well as training and credit access. So technically that is what we do. We've gone into details, but just in detail what that is about. Once our farmers have harvested all these fish, we take that fish from them and sell it to the market. We also offer technical training for our farmers on good aquaculture practices headed by our aquaculture agents, and as well as provision of quality feeds. You can order our feeds from our app available on Google Play Store called the Aquarich Farmer app.
How the app works: as a new user, you log in and create an account. By creating an account, you'll be required to fill in your name, your phone number, and maybe your ID number. And after you've logged in, the home page appears. On the home page, you will see a feed performance section where you can sample fish and sell fish. And on the home page too, there is a place where you can order the feeds and icons that will lead you to other pages like record keeping. If you don't have a smartphone, we have the USSD code *789*4#, which allows any feature phone user to dial and either buy feeds or buy fish.
Tushikane mikono, Kenya ni nchi maridadi, na tunaipenda wazalendo wote hapa Kenya. Tushikane mikono, Kenya ni nchi maridadi, na tunaipenda tuendelee wa Kenya. Tuendelee wa Kenya, kujenga Kenya. Tuendelee wa Kenya, kuleta amani. Tuendelee wa Kenya, kujenga Kenya. Wakulima Kenya namba moja, tunafurahia kwa masomo Kenya, mambo yote tunajivunia. Wakulima Kenya namba moja, tunafurahia kwa masomo Kenya, mambo yote tunajivunia. Tuendelee wa Kenya, kuleta amani. Tuendelee wa Kenya, kujenga Kenya. Tuendelee wa Kenya, kuleta amani. Tuendelee wa Kenya, kujenga Kenya. Biashara hata na uchumi imeimarika, maendeleo pembe kote Kenya. Kweli tumeona biashara hata na uchumi imeimarika, maendeleo pembe kote Kenya. Kweli tumeona tuendelee wa Kenya, kuleta amani. Tuendelee wa Kenya, kujenga Kenya. Tuendelee wa Kenya, kuleta amani. Tuendelee wa Kenya, kujenga Kenya. Tuendelee wa Kenya, kuleta amani. Tuendelee wa Kenya, kujenga Kenya. Tuendelee wa Kenya, kuleta amani. Tuendelee wa Kenya, kujenga Kenya. Emulina wanje, hey, emulina wanje bane, omuntu mulosiwe, wali mali abana banje. Emulina wanje Emulina wanje papa, emundu muheye, wai maila shingombe. Dumbala, 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 dumbala. Dumbala, adui ilijaa. Wana Kenya tupigane, vita vikali vya kuangamiza njaa. Tulime mashamba, tupande mbegu bora. Wana Kenya tusilale, tuendeleze Kenya. Wana Kenya tuna adui number one, adui ilijaa. Wana Kenya tupigane, vita vikali vya kuangamiza njaa. Tulime mashamba, tupande mbegu bora. Wana Kenya tusilale, tuendeleze Kenya. Wana Kenya tuna adui na maidala, adui ilijaa. Wana Kenya tusilale, vita vikali vya kuangamiza njaa. Tulime mashamba, tupande mbegu bora. Wana Kenya tusilale, tuendeleze Kenya. Mama yangu, mama yangu, nchi yangu nitalinda uhuru wetu. Mama yangu na Kenya kweli ni mama yangu, nchi yangu nitalinda uhuru wetu. Mama yangu na Kenya kweli ni mama yangu, nchi yangu nitalinda uhuru wetu. Mama yangu na Kenya kweli ni mama yangu, nchi yangu nitalinda uhuru wetu.
Wow, tuwapigie makofi jamani. Lake Basin Choir chini ya uongozi wa Daktari Dr. Orengo. Asanteni sana Lake Basin Choir. Mabibi na mabwana, right about now we are about to start officially. But kabla hatujaanza, ningependa kutambua uwepo wa CAK, delegates from CAK, delegates from WRA, delegates from CGK, delegates kutoka Kiwasco, delegates kutoka ELK Nyanza, delegates kutoka LVSB, delegates kutoka LBDA, delegates vile kutoka Wastewater Recyclers, and of course Kenvest wako ndani, pia vile Blue Economy wako ndani. Asanteni sana kwa kufika kwenu. Tunangoja tu muda hafla ya leo. Kumbuka kwamba this is African Climate Summit 2023 Lake Basin Region. Hii ni region ambayo inaleta pamoja kaunti 18 kutoka maeneo haya. Ningependa kuwaleta tena Kisumu Multi Talent, pia wao wako na wimbo mmoja ambao unaitwa Mazingira, wapate kututumbuiza kidogo.
Yeah. Okay. Mazingira yetu tulinde, tuitunze, tuhifadhi, tuboreshe afya zetu. Mazingira yetu tulinde, tuitunze, tuhifadhi, tuboreshe afya zetu. Okay. Hadi lini tutataka mazingira kuharibu? Kwa pamoja tuamke, mazingira tuyalinde. Kweli na niuma takataka mkikata miti ovyo bila hata kuwaje. All the dreams kwa dunia tunaua tukiona. Mbona tumaruna pollution kila siku? Tuamke nuke na tulinde mazingira. Hewa safi tuna breathe tunatoa kwa msitu. Mazingira yetu tuilinde, tuitunze, tuhifadhi, tuboreshe afya zetu. Mazingira yetu tuilinde, tuitunze, tuhifadhi, tuboreshe afya zetu. Yeah.
Day by day, I pick the plastics and in my bag
for safe recycle.
I'm the queen, I wanna save my land, I wanna
save my river,
I wanna save my plants, I wanna save my lake
from plastic threats. Ndio leki kuwe fresh, tupate fish fresh, mazingira iwe fresh, to breathe air fresh.
Precious. Precious. Precious.
Ja. Okay. Mazingira yetu tuilinde, tuitunze, tuhifadhi, tuboreshe afya zetu.
Asante sana. Hao wamekuwa Kisumu Kisumu Malt Talent na kibao chao kinasema mazingira.
From our app available on Google Play Store called the Aquarage Farmer app.
How the app works, as a new user, you log in and create an account. By creating an account, you'll be required to fill in your name, your phone number, and maybe your ID number. And after you've logged in, the home page appears. On the home page, you will see a feed performance section where you can sample fish and sell fish. And on the home page too, there is a place where you can order the feeds and icons that will lead you to other pages like record keeping. If you don't have a smartphone, we have the USSD code *789*4#, which allows any feature phone user to dial and either buy feeds or buy fish.
Aquarage Limited, we are right here at the regional climate summit hosted by Lake Basin Development Authority. And what we do as Aquarage, of course, we power growth in aquaculture. We connect, or rather we provide access to market for our fish farmers. We also give them access to quality feeds and as well as training and credit access. So technically that is what we do. We've gone into details, but just in detail what that is about. Once our farmers have harvested all these fish, we take that fish from them and sell it to the market. We also offer technical training for our farmers on good aquaculture practices headed by our aquaculture agents, and as well as provision of quality feeds. You can order our feeds from our app available on Google Play Store called the Aquarage Farmer app.
How the app works, as a new user, you log in and create an account. By creating an account, you'll be required to fill in your name, your phone number, and maybe your ID number. And after you've logged in, the home page appears. On the home page, you will see a feed performance section where you can sample fish and sell fish. And on the home page too, there is a place where you can order the feeds and
Deputy Director, Quality Management Systems, Lake Basin Development Authority. Karibu sana. The third panelist will be Mr. Jack Steve from Ecolution Kenya, and also a representative of youth in the adaptation conversation. The fourth panelist will be Mr. Martin Olo, Director Environment, County Government of Kisumu. Karibu sana. And the fifth panelist will be Ms. Oruta Joash. Sorry for that. I've been informed it is doctor. There was a typo there, and it's a man. Mr. Oruta Joash from the Water Resources Authority Regional Manager. Karibu Daktari.
Good morning, everyone. So once again, I would wish to just recognize our panelists, and I'll just mention your name and then move to the plenary. So we have Dr. Rosemary Owinga. She's the lecturer at Maseno University and coordinator and head of climate change. Daktari, plenary. Hey, makofi jameni. Then we have Mr. Joseph Ochola. He's deputy director, Quality Management Systems, Lake Basin Development Authority. Karibu senior. Then we have Mr. Jack Steve. He's the director and founder of Ecolution Kenya and also representing the youth. Then we have Mr. Martin Olo, who is the director, Environment and Climate Change, County Government of Kisumu. Then lastly and not least, we have Dr. Joash Oruta, who is the Regional Manager, Water Resources Authority. Karibu Daktari. So I'll give our panelists a few minutes just to discuss this topic on the scale up on climate change adaptation within the Lake Basin region. And maybe specifically you can tell us a bit on whatever you are doing as an institution or where you come from, maybe in brief on this topic on scaling up climate change adaptation within the Lake Basin region. Karibu, I'll start with you, Daktari.
Thank you very much. My name is Rosemary Owinga from Maseno University, Climate Change and Development Program. Maseno University is a public institution mandated to do research and capacity building. So we at Maseno University, what we have done to scale up adaptation within this region is that we hearkened unto the call, because climate change is a reality. And within our mandate, what we have done is to mainstream climate change within our academic programs. And we have a program that is BSc Climate Change and Development with IT. And the purpose of this program is to graduate climate change experts. It's a transdisciplinary subject. And because climate change is an emerging discipline, we saw that there was need to produce experts that can coordinate climate change activities as climate change officers. Another thing that we have done as an institution is we have put a lot of emphasis on research, especially on climate change, as one of the key agenda in the researches that we are doing at the institution, as a way of enhancing knowledge and information. So having said that, I want to get to the topic of today, which is scaling up adaptation. And you cannot scale what you do not know. And adaptation is basically adjusting, making several adjustments because of the threats that are brought about by the impacts of climate change. And because climate change has become a threat, for me, I think that the starting point to scale up adaptation is to look at our early warning systems. And in our early warning systems, this is where we get information about the climatic hazards that are likely to occur, so that we get alerts and prepare in advance. Now, I know that there are various early warning systems, and we know that within this region, the climatic risks or the climatic threats within this region are floods, and we have droughts, we have temperatures are soaring up, and we also have strong winds, both on land and on the lake. And some areas also have started experiencing hailstones. And those that were experiencing hailstones, the size of the hailstones have increased. So because of these threats that have been brought because of the shift in the norm of our climate change, we find that these changes have had adverse impacts on various ecosystems and systems, both the natural and the human systems. Now, another thing about the current change is that it is very abrupt. And because it is very abrupt, it is becoming very difficult, and action must be taken promptly so that we make the necessary adjustments. Otherwise, we will fall culprits of the impacts of climate change. So having said that, how do we get information about the climatic hazards? That is the starting point, and that is where the early warning system comes in. And we have various institutions like the Kenya Meteorological Department, which is mandated to collect weather information. And they usually produce data to inform us of any hazard that is coming up. And even as we are sitting now, they have already given us the alert that this short rain, there's going to be El Nino. Now, the question is, do they have enough weather points to collect, analyze, and predict the right information? So, because I remember those days when we were very young, there used to be a program, utabiri ya hali ya anga, ya hewa. And for a very long time, we have had a very negative attitude about the weather. Why? Because unasema wanadanganya. Because what they predict is not what used to happen. Now, they are not liars. They were just using information that they were obtaining from the few weather stations that they had. And even today, when you look at the counties, how many weather stations do they have? You'll find that it is one, probably with some other small ones. So, moving forward, we need more weather stations in various parts, because ideally, one weather station is supposed, it only takes care of about 10 kilometers radius. 10 kilometers radius. So you can imagine a whole county with one weather station. So there is need to scale that one up. That is one area that, that needs attention. Number two, in terms of scaling weather information, we need our weather instruments to be upgraded. In the past, we used to have some instruments there. But as technology is advancing, in the recent past, we have automated weather stations. So how many automated weather stations do we have? So that is another area that needs to be scaled up. Then another issue also with weather information that will help in making precise prediction of what is likely to happen is once the information is out, sometimes it is published in the newspapers, sometimes it sends to different groups. Now, how does this information reach down to the people at risk? How does it reach down to the people who are supposed to consume this information and take action? So, moving forward, there is need to have a communication strategy so that once the weather information is released or the outlook is predicted, then this information should reach down to the people who are affected. Else, they will be caught unawares. Having said that, it is also important, science is good, but we also have indigenous people who, based on their experiences, can also help in prediction of weather. So moving forward, we need the scientists to work in collaboration with they're called, some people refer to them as rainmakers, you know, those indigenous people, those people who have knowledge. They can just look at the trees or the birds, or there are various ways of predicting that this year will be rainy. This year we are going to have a drought. So once we have precise information and it is scaled down to the affected people, probably it could be drought, a drought alert, or it could be a flood alert. Then you'll find that people will take action. So that is in terms of early warning system. Another thing that moving forward in terms of adaptation that we need to look at, adaptation, those adjustments that we need to make in relation to the climatic threats, they must be informed by evidence. Otherwise, they will not be appropriate and they may turn out to be maladaptation. We are aware of the Mathenge tree in Baringo. So Mathenge tree in Baringo was an adaptation measure, you know, to protect the soil against soil erosion, both the wind and water. But look at what it has become. It has become maladaptation. So that is why research is very key. So without moving forward in terms of scaling up adaptation initiatives must be informed by evidence, and that is research. Now, there are institutions that are mandated to do research. We have institutions of higher learning, like the universities. We also have specific institutions, you know, for specific sectors. So these institutions need to be financed to conduct research. Because you find that inadequate financing is what has hampered research in most of these institutions. Now, moving forward, money is scarce, but we can pool resources. And moving forward, we would require the corporate, you know, the corporate to come in, and pump in money into these institutions of higher learning so that we may have good adaptive initiatives that will cushion our people against the threats of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. for that insightful discussion. Now, I would want to Dr. Joas Oruta, the Regional Manager, Water Resources Authority, kindly talk to us on scaling up climate change adaptation within the Lake Basin region, and maybe give us maybe an oversight on what your institution is also doing towards this. Karibu.
Thank you. Thank you, Pana Moderator, for this chance. As I said, my name is Josh Oruta. I'm the Regional Manager for Water Resource Authority, Lake Victoria South Basin. And what we do, as we have just said since yesterday, is that now climate change is a reality. some years back, 15, 20 years ago, people were arguing whether there is climate change or not. But now, beyond scientific proof, is that climate change is with us. And if it is with us, we have to see the way in which we adapt to it. In Water Resource Authority, we are mandated, yes, to be the managers or to regulate the management of water resources in the country. So when we are regulating the water resource in the country, we have to see how do we regulate it during the plenty and during the scarcity. And as we have now come to realize with this climate change is that when we have the scarcity, we have a serious scarcity, not the way it used to be. And when we have also plenty water, we have also a lot of water that we cannot also manage it, or it comes with the disasters. Because of that, of the rainfall which is coming erratically, plenty in a short period of time, we have now what we see as the floods. So among the other things which we do, we also look at the floods. How do we adapt to the flooding which we have now in the Lake Basin? First of all, before I come to flood, I can also say that in adaptation to climate change, we have also looked where we have the scarcity of water during the time when we have scarcity of water. So we are regulating amount of water which can be abstracted from the bodies, whether it is surface water or groundwater. So during the scarcity, the water which is used for domestic is given the first priority, because even if you miss anything, if you have water, you can survive at least for some days before you die. So during this time, when we have scarcity, first of all, we have to stop irrigation, then followed by industrial. Then the little water which is remaining now can be used for domestic. Domestic, we mean we can drink, our animals can drink. The rich man can go to the river and fetch. The poor man can also go to the river and fetch. So all of you are given equal opportunities, because now you can get something small for your usage. If I switch back to during the time of plenty of water, in plenty of water, we have now to see what can we do in case there is much water which will cause now and which will cause also a disaster in the people living downstream. In this one, we have come up with flood early warning systems. Flood early warning systems which Dr. Rosemary was saying. It is a method in which, or it is a way in which we are able to inform the people who are going to be affected by the flood water early enough. And when we inform them early enough, they are able to secure their lives, they secure their property, and also even their land can be secured. So through this one, it is an expensive, yes, endeavor, which needs actually a good funding. But what we have done at the moment, you have seen now in Nzoia Basin, we are not caught up as we used to be caught up without knowing what is happening. Now on Nzoia River, what we are doing, moderator, is that they are able to be warned a weak area. And this weak area, we are able to tell them where they move to in Budarangi. We are, because what is being done is that we work together with Kenya Meteorological Department. We have developed together with them a system which we call Nzoia Flood Early Warning System. This system, it incorporates the climatic parameters which are gathered from these stations which Dr. Rosemary was saying. Then we input it to our system. In the river system, we have also automatic stations which collects the data of the water levels every 15 minutes. And then there is a software which transfers this one. It calculates very fast. It brings out the amount of water which will be seen at every gauging station. We have 15 gauging stations along Tanzania, the ones which we are using. So through this one, we can calculate and say that this water is going to reach this point at a particular time, and we are very accurate. Actually, right now, we are able to know even the minute when it is able to reach at a particular point. This is a good thing, because through this one, how do we manage now to tell those people that the water is coming? That is another issue which was raised. We are able, through different methods. One, we have SMS method, which automatically in our system, it is joined to administrators in that area. When we see the alert, which comes out as a red, immediately it generates an SMS which goes to the chief, assistant chief, sub-count administrator. All of them are able to know. Immediately after that, it goes to a radio station. It has been established, a local radio station which doesn't use energy. This one, it uses machira. You remember Ile ya Samani? The one which they used to wind and wind. Then when they wind, they are able to hear that the flood is coming at this and this time. Immediately after that, then they start moving. And it is moving where they move to. Immediately, our system generates a bulletin in PDF, which we also send through the emails to administrators. And then they are shown the points where the water is going to cover and where the water will not cover. So there are also refugee houses or evacuation centers where they can be. But the problem is that this system is also expensive. We need to renovate where these people go. So that's where we need also funding, so that we can have these evacuation centers. We need to have evacuation routes. We have to. We need also to have a higher or large coverage than the one which is there. All of this needs funding, which we hope we can be able to secure. And this one has not moved to other basins. That is in Soia only. We have the Nyando Basin, we have Mara Basin, we have Yala Basin, we have Sondu Basin, and then the small basins which are around the lake. All of these ones, they need to have such a robust network of flood early warning system, which right now we don't have. These other basins, moderator, what we have done, we have put satellite stations. Nyando, if you go to where we have the famous Serakali's idea, just next to our home, there is automatic stations, which also relays. We have also in Sondu, just next to Kenjen. We have also in Guja Migori. We have another one. In Mara. All of them are there, but they are not adequate. We need funding for adequacy, and then we can be able to generate the early warning system for the whole of this basin. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. I'm loving these discussions. Now, before I go to our seniors, we have a youth in our midst, in the panelist. And since we usually talk of involving the youth in most of these discussions, so allow me to welcome Jack Steve, who is representing the youth, and also he's a director and founder of a startup called Ecorution Kenya. Karibu.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Jack Steve Utieno. I'm the co-founder, director of Ecorution Kenya. Actually, Ecorution just simply means bringing life back to environment. And as an organization, we came up with this initiative to give back to the society. As environmentalists and people who are passionate about building community resilience towards adverse effects of climate change. So ecolution, the main objective of ecolution is to transform the society towards a greener future through environmental friendly solutions. One of our objectives is enhancing environmental conservation and promoting climate change resilience in our community. Through this, we've been able to do several projects in our community because we understand that climate crisis is a pressing global issue that is affecting local people, local community, and requires local solutions that we must be able to accelerate as individuals and as youths who are staying in this region, because whatever we do right now in this region actually contributes to the national contributions and also the global contributions. So we've been doing several projects on cleanup activities. We've been growing, not only planting, but we've been growing trees. And actually we've been doing, like last year we started phase 1 of growing bamboos. Most of the people do not realize the potential we have in bamboos in terms of building climate change adaptation and mitigation. First, we have to identify that bamboos are also sources of food. There are tubers, there are some species that we can use their tubers as a source of food, and also their leaves as a source of vegetable. So bamboo has a great potential in carbon sequestration, actually 5 times than trees. And actually it matures faster than trees. And also it can be used as a value addition, of which as a lake region, we need to actually identify that potential and invest in it, scale that, and create greener jobs for youth. And we have to identify that creating or encouraging youth to explore greener jobs and also actually invest in these opportunities. This will not only provide these green opportunities, but also it will be an outlet for youths to directly act towards building resilience and acting against climate change. So as a region, we really need to identify that potential and invest in these solutions, local solutions that these organizations, these local organizations at the grassroots level are currently taking. Another thing that we are doing is on tree growing. And as tree growing, we are keenly working with schools in Kisumu County, both primary schools, both secondary schools. And in schools, because right now as youth, when I'm talking about youth, I'm also talking about children. We really need to engage these children because they are the future. For us, we are living in the future. So by talking to the children, we really don't want that setup that we are talking about climate change, but people, all the children are not getting what climate change is. That's why we need to strengthen the information distribution or educating these children. And when we talk about education, we need to strengthen both informal and formal education at the grassroots level. We need to educate these children. What do we mean by climate change? So that we just don't get children just talking about climate change, but they really don't understand what the aspects of climate change. So as youths or as individuals who have grown, who have experience in climate change issues, and this actually translates to everybody, whether you are old enough, because at home there you need to engage your children, you need to engage your neighbors. You are seeing right now we are having Africa Climate Summit. what is it? Because people are just hearing, like, we have a climate summit, but what is it? We have various conferences. What do they mean? Let's be able to translate it to our people, even in a local language that everybody understands. Because with that, we'll be building strength towards building our resilience and seeing a very beautiful future. At the collusion also, our second agenda is to enhance sustainable energy, renewable energy in our communities. When we talk about sustainable renewable energy, we are looking at reducing emissions. When we are talking about building a strategy for climate change reduction, we can't really forget to talk about curbing greenhouse gas emissions. And there is no way around it. We must call a spade and talk about the real issues. So as a lake region, what I can say as we scale up the adaptation, we really have to identify as a region, because we have around 18 counties. How can we harness, how can we boost our domestic mobilization of resources as a region, so that we are able to support these community-led organizations, youth-led organizations, so that they can also have the capacity. And when we're talking about capacity, building an individual's or an organization capacity, we are talking about training. How can we train them on different levels so that they be able, in terms of policy formulation, in terms of how they can do innovations, because most of the youths are coming up with programs and also services that are climate-based, programs that are actually keen in reducing global greenhouse gas emissions. So how can we build up their strength? We need actually everyone on board, and that means all the representatives from all the governments, the county governments within the lake region. They come together, mobilize domestic resources, and if domestic resources are not enough, we can always influence, because we have other international agencies, the multilateral development institutions, we have the bilateral agencies, we also have the local county governments, and we also have other institutions that can help actually in promoting or giving out climate change finance. And when we're talking about climate change finance, let's talk about loss and damage finance. So as we take keen interest in this, let's talk about how we can build a sustainable future. And that is by using the local solutions at the grassroots levels. Last thing is on sustainable agriculture. We all know that sustainable agriculture, despite enhancing food security, because Ecolution is actually keen towards the sustainable development goals. And when we talk about food security, we are trying to reduce hunger. So when you are investing in sustainable agriculture, promoting climate smart agriculture, that we are able to use organic manure, we are able to use a sustainable system that can help us produce healthy food in our environment. So as we are talking about this, we're also building green jobs for youths. We are trying to create employment opportunities for everyone as we create a sustainable environment for all of us and enhance food security for every generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. It's very delightful to hear from our youth on issues to do with climate. Now I'll go to Martin Olo, who is the Director, Environment and Climate Change, County of Kisumu. Kindly talk to us on scaling up climate change adaptation within the Lake Basin region, and maybe strategies that the county government of Kisumu are doing.
Hello.
This. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning once again. My name's Martin Olo.
currently serving the County Director, Environment and Climate Change. Here in the capacity of our Wasiri, who is in Nairobi, on the same for the climate summit. Yeah, as a county government, I would really think that we are the touched most because people look at the government as a father. Professionally, I'm a meteorologist by profession, and I have so many experts have talked about the meteorology. Climate change is with us. It did not come from nowhere, but we have brought it by ourselves. It is through our activities that the climate change or climate effect is now biting on us. I said here yesterday, God was very faithful to have given us 3 pillars of our lives. That is water, air, and the soil where we get our crops. But through our own carelessness, we decided to destroy those nature. And if you destroy the nature will definitely pay back. Now that we are in it, we have to adopt it. And how do we adopt it? As the county government, we have put many things in place, including putting act of our county assembly concerns the climate change issues. We are doing advocacy, teaching our people through the county government, through the partners, through the well-wishers, so that we understand where did the climate change come from. We need the support of all of us to be able to contain the climate effects that we are now having. Because what we know is as a country, or climate information is not a stagnant parameter that we can say we can only contain the Kisumu climate issues, but it is dynamic. Air flows from direction to direction. Pollution comes from different parts of the world to converge in some places. So it is a global issue that is affecting us globally. And as Kisumu County, together with the initiative of Lake Basin, we really appreciate and we support all the efforts being made. I'm happy to hear from the young man that we want to bring life to the environment. That means environment used to have life, but we have killed that life of the environment. We need to bring back life to the environment by doing what is just. And what is just is to control our pollution. In natural justice or in the science, pollution is allowed worldwide because without pollution there is no production. And without production there is no growth in any part of the world. So we are allowed to pollute, but what do we pollute? In the climate change issue, we have gases that are affecting the climate. We call them greenhouse gases. How does the greenhouse gases affect us on the climate issues? The greenhouse gases are gases mostly generated, very few are natural, like maybe ozone gas, but the rest are artificially, industrially, agriculturally, or made. And when they go to the atmosphere, they absorb heat. And whenever heat is absorbed, by science, it must be radiated.
If you don't radiate it, then it will burn you to ashes. So these greenhouse gases radiate that heat back to us. But now the amount of radiation is high, and now we are feeling that heat, and now we are talking about climate change. So the most important thing, what I'm trying to bring in, is how do we control those emissions of those greenhouse gases that is affecting or increasing the absorption, then increasing the radiation part of it back to the surface of the earth where we live. So we need to go to the root cause of it. Then the main work of the county government is to educate people. We have formed committees at different levels, up to the village level, to talk about the climate issues. We have climate committees at the village, at the sub-county levels, to be able to help us pass the information to the people. The moment we start doing, or we stop doing bad manners, like the child who was here, that we are bad-mannered people, we are polluting our own environment from our own houses, then the issue of climate change will not be there. We need to do what we need to do. From the water resource to the environmentalist on the other side, we are looking at the atmosphere, and it is we who are benefiting and using the atmosphere. So the role of the county government of Kisumu is to make sure that all our people are enlightened. If you are doing bad manners, you don't do it through ignorance now, but you are doing it through disobedience, whereby the act will be there with you and you will be taken as a criminal, because what you are doing is not only affecting you as a person, but it's affecting the whole community. So at the moment, we need to accept it is there, then we now adopt it, agree with it, and then now start living with it. But the question I asked yesterday, we talk of resilience. When we do resilience now and we increase the temperature, what will happen to our plants that we think will be able to accommodate the climate of today? So my point is, we are here as a team, we are here as partners, but the county government doors are open for partnership, for discussing, and for information sharing, so that we control and we take care of our ecosystem where we live. And when this is all done, then all will be well. On the meteorology side, I'm happy that the government has realized that meteorology is a backbone in our lifetime. And now the parliament is taking action, and soon, and very soon, meteorology will be a private entity, and it will be able to do what is required to control the use of our environment, and possibly the information which will be coming out of it will be that information that we can be able to adhere to. And because of time, I think we'll end there. If we have more time, we'll be able to talk. Be blessed. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. It's great to hear what the county government is doing. And now I would invite my colleague, Joseph Ochola, to also discuss scaling up of climate change adaptations and talk a little bit on what we are doing as Lake Basin towards this front.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, my name is Joseph Ochola from Lake Basin Development Authority. And at the outset, I want to say that Lake Basin Development Authority is a national government development agency that was established in the late 1970s with the mandate to plan, coordinate, and implement development projects and programs within the catchment of Lake Victoria and the lake itself also. Ladies and gentlemen, Lake Basin Development Authority, in an effort to develop the region, carried out river profile studies in the early 80s, in an effort to understand the water resources within the region, because basically the main resource that we have, the major resource that we can majorly capitalize on is water. And for that matter, river profile studies were commissioned in all the major rivers that drain into Lake Victoria. Under that study, a number of projects were identified. And these projects are mainly addressing the issue of harnessing the waters of Lake, or the waters that flow into Lake Victoria, so that we can use the same water to generate green energy, to undertake irrigation within the Lake Victoria Basin. We have to understand that this particular basin supports almost 45% of the Kenyan population. However, it is a small area, so a lot has to be done. Now, over the years, the water resources have declined. The forestry resources that support or which are interlinked with the water resources have declined over the years. So this has been a major concern as far as the basin is concerned. This decline is threatening in terms of exposing the region to food insecurity, and therefore, as a matter of urgency, as Lake Basin Development Authority, we are saying a lot of studies have been done, a lot of evidence is available, and maybe what we require at this juncture is to update those documents so that we can come up with a practical way of addressing the issues as far as climate change is concerned within the region. Now, currently, as authority, there are a number of interventions or strategies that we have put in place in order to help the communities within the region cope up with the issue of climate change. In other words, what we are doing, we are building resilience within the population in the region. Underwater resource, Lake Basin Development Authority is very strategically involved in rehabilitation and construction of water ponds within the region. We are also undertaking protection of springs within the region. The authority is also doing a lot in terms of water abstraction, which is regulated by WARMA, so that water is made available to support development within the Lake Victoria Basin. Again, on the side of agriculture, the authority is implementing issues of smart agriculture. And when we talk about smart agriculture, for the authority, we are involved in inland fish farming, that is aquaculture, which we have promoted for a number of years, because we are alive to the fact that the fishery resources of Lake Victoria are declining, and declining very fast. And unless we come up with alternative source, we'll not be able to feed the ever-growing population in the region. Another issue about agriculture, LBDA has been looking at a way of turning away from rain-fed agriculture, and we are currently implementing projects on irrigated agriculture. Number one to mention, we are looking at solar irrigation, that is use of green energy to irrigate our region. And for that, we have 3 models that we have currently undertaken, one in Migori, another one in Muhoroni area, and the other one in Busia. Under our program of technology transfer, it is our belief that the community and other stakeholders can borrow a leaf from this project and implement similar projects within the region. And we for sure know that they are more effective in terms of energy conservation. But again, we are also looking at that aspect of efficient irrigation systems so that we move away from the furrow irrigation. So that is an issue that we are undertaking as an authority. Another issue under agriculture which we are undertaking, we are looking at and we are promoting varieties of plants that are drought resistant in order to build resilience within the region. For example, we are looking at the grafted mangoes. We have Dangoe, which is doing very well within the region. So these are some of the things that we think moving forward can address the issue of climate adaptation and build resilience within our communities. Now, we say that with the climate change, we have 2 extremes. We have droughts that have never been experienced within the region. We also have flooding. So as far as flooding is concerned, LBDA has over the years worked on issue of flood control within Yalaswam. We are also working in Nyando with other collaborators, with other partners, just to ensure that we build resilience within the communities that live within the basin. And in terms of livestock, we are also alive to the fact that the hybrid dairy animals are no longer very tenable in some of these regions that we are talking about. So we are looking at a way, and we have already come up with dual-purpose animals, where we are breeding hybrid animals and the zebos that we have, so that we can come up with varieties that are more resilient in terms of the climate that exists within the region. This is something that we are doing in Muhoroni. We are doing the same also in Migori at a place called Lichota, as well as Sangalo and Alupe in Busia. Let me mention that as Lake Basin Development Authority, we are open to partnership, and because of that partnership and collaboration, we are here today. But even moving forward, we want to continue working with other organizations who have similar agenda for the region, so that we are not seen to duplicate efforts, but we complement and supplement the gaps that are there. So as an authority, this is a very big basket. This basket is multi-sectoral. And within this basket, anything that you can think about, you can always find within the wish list of Lake Basin Development Authority. Just to summarize, because I see the moderator is seriously looking at me, just to summarize, I just want to bring it out very clearly in this meeting that as an authority, our niche, our uniqueness is in integrated basin-based development. because we believe that we can only develop the region if we look at the entire basin in a wholesome manner. Otherwise, political boundaries of districts or administrative units cannot make any meaningful use when you come to developing an ecosystem. We have to look at Lake Basin region, Lake Basin catchment as a unit. Because what happens in the upstream will always affect those who are in the downstream, because we are interdependent. So in other words, we have to move together, and that is the essence of Lake Basin Development Authority. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my panelists. Another round of applause for our panelists. I believe maybe we can have some few reactions from the plenary in the interest of time. Maybe some comments and somebody to help me with the mic. Be short and brief.
Thank you. My name is Philip Oyo, and I'm a social scientist with some requisite interest and knowledge in issues related to climate change adaptation. I worked for the climate adaptation program of the World Bank around Africa. And since yesterday, I've been listening to conversations around issues related to climate change. I hear about blue, green, resilience, adaptation, mitigation. But I wonder whether we all understand what we are talking about. I'll say why. When I came, I heard some young man talking about what they do. And then someone from Mr. Olo, I think, from the county government, who provided some background information in terms of their intervention focus. And then now we've heard about Lake Basin. I wonder, for instance, Mr. Olo, it would be more prudent if you told us whether your CIDPs are climate-proofed. Is that something to look into? Climate-proofing our CIDPs, because climate is cross-cutting. Mr. Lowe, again, talking about your meteorological background. I think that's the most important aspect of why we are here. Nobody is talking about climate information science, climate information and communication. We are told that in the next few weeks, we'll be experiencing some adverse weather conditions. Do we have sufficient climate information that will help us adapt to what will happen? Is your department doing anything towards that goal? And about Lake Basin, he talked about your unique area of focus. I think the main thing that the LBDA should be doing in this kind of thing should be as a convener. Because the Lake Basin has institutional memory. You know, like you talked about. I worked at the Lake Basin in the water and sanitation program in the early 90s. So I know what you're talking about. But I also know about the capacity gaps. You guys are not talking about the limitations that you have. It's not true, Mr. Olo, that the county government can do capacity building in the county. Simply, knowledge and experience about climate change is limited, even within your own setup, even within LBDA. Can we think about reaching out to institutions that specialize in some of these things? Civil society, for instance, has very deep knowledge about climate change, adaptation particularly, that we can tap into. And then we need to break down climate information, the science, to all these guys so that we are at the same level. The last thing I want to say is that where I worked, we decided once that we had done enough of projects. I hear about projects and programs. We decided to bring everybody within the platform of climate change adaptation in Africa, Anglophone and Francophone, at a place called Sali in Senegal. We brought in academicians, practitioners, financiers, everybody in that spectrum. And for 1 week, even community members. And we decided to agree on what does climate change adaptation mean to him? What does it mean to the end user? What does it mean to the financier? At the end of that session, we came up with what was called the Adaptation Learning Program for Africa. It is now a forum that meets every year. And in this forum, we are able then to access climate funding, the Global Climate Fund. The reason I'm raising this is that we must find, that's why I said Lake Basin should be a convener where we bring all actors together in the region and we see how best then we can tackle this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Felipolo. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to put our discussion on hold so that we welcome the Deputy Governor to this auditorium. Just hold it on. That is our chief guest. He has just had a session at the showroom. He'll be at the holding place for a few minutes for a cup of tea, and then he'll proceed here. So we can conclude. We can conclude as we. Yes, just continue here. Thank you.
Yes. Maybe please let us be brief, so that we can also have time to respond. Who is? Assist with the mic. There is the lady, yes.
Good morning. My name is Easter Okech from Kenya Female Advice Organization, Kefiado. And my question is that as county governments, when you're talking about the issues of own source revenue, because we talked about the issues of raising money. So within our budgets, when you're looking at the issues of own source revenue, where is the allocation, which then we talk about both at the county government, the issues of the recurrent expenditure, and the issue of also the development money in these particular spaces. And if then the own source revenue and how we also generate resources from communities through the finance bill is not there, then we are then very reliant on development partners. So do we have anything from the county government which then talks about own source revenue and the allocation which then we can tap into so that the county assemblies can pass it in the current budget process which is starting already?
Thank you. Maybe two more. Yeah, and there's one at the middle there, at the back. The gentleman with the flowered shirt.
My name is Rollin Zomo. I work with Lake Basin Development Authority. As we talk on adaptation, I think let us also not forget on the building of a resilience of some of the natural systems that we have in the lake region. When I talk of the natural systems, I mean the ecosystems. Ecosystems like the forests, natural forests, Mount Elgon, Mau, Cherangani. Then we have the riverine ecosystems, and even the grasslands and the thickets, talk of Ruma, and Lake Victoria, the aquatic ecosystem. These systems are threatened. And for us who understand this region, you know the swamps, like the swamps are habitats for the crested crane. And this is one of threatened species in this region, even the Statunga. And okay, as human beings, we get ecological services and also economic services from these systems, these ecosystems. And when we threaten these ecosystems, actually, you also kill the biodiversity that is there, and you also disseminate the habitats. So we should have systems and programs that are geared towards restoration of these systems and also conservation. And when I talk of strategies, I mean things like legislation, sensitization of the communities that are living close to these ecosystems so that they can be conserved and we retain them so that they can be sustained and provide these services to human beings.
Thank you. Maybe we can respond to that. I don't know whether my panelist had, there's one on...
Thank you. Thank you. We may put on hold first. Let's stand up for our chief guest's arrival, please. Thank you very much. That is our chief guest. His Excellency Dr. Matthew Willie, Deputy Governor, Kisumu County. Welcome, sir. As we remain standing, let's get a national anthem plus East African national anthem. Thank you. Thank you. In the spirit of standing, I'd love to call upon Madam Christine to come and lead us into opening prayers.
Let us bow down our heads in prayer. Father, in the name of Jesus, the name that is above every other name on earth, in heavens, and under the earth, we want to thank you this morning that you've gathered here. You've given us a gift of life. We don't take it for granted. We thank you, Lord, that through you, you have made this summit, which is a side event, be able to take place within this region. And therefore, Father, we ascribe all the glory and the honor to you, Almighty Jehovah. And Lord, even as we begin this summit, we understand that you are going to make utterances, we are going to make promises, we are going to give talks, we are going to have discussions, we are going to have agreements, we are going to have MOUs. In all this that has all been said and done, Father, this is a desire that we should walk the talk. That, Lord, you should be doers of the word and not listeners only. And Lord, we want to thank you for the leadership of all that have gathered here, right from the county, right from Lake Basin, all the other institutions that are here. It is not in vain that you gather your people. There is a reason and there is a purpose. And they're showing forth that you have begun a unity. We have begun the work together as partners, collaborators for the good of the climate for the good of this region. And Father, because we are in unity, we ask that the Holy Spirit may take preeminence in this meeting. All the panelists, all the discussions, all that shall be speaking before us, my Father, let them speak in wisdom and understanding, because we know that after all that has been said and done, we are stewards, given responsibility to ensure that we take due responsibility for the earth, that we make it a better place. And Lord, we ask you to strengthen us, that even as we shall be coming out of this place, we shall be having way forwards, we shall be having commitments, that Lord, we shall be able to enforce what we say. We shall have it written down, we shall have a voice in this nation, that out of this conference, we know that you're going to give us favor, whether in times of finances, in times of conversations in the national level, international level. We know that it is you that shall make it possible for us, because with God all things are possible. Father, we thank you and bless you, for it is in Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Deputy Governor, Your Excellency Chairman Honorable Odoyo, Your Excellency CPA, Mr. Chiaga. Welcome to Africa Climate Summit 2023 Lake Basin region. My name is Musalia Mdambi, and I'm so much elated to be the Master of Ceremony today. Before I hand over to the protocol, I'd love to call a few numbers of performances, and I'd love to start with Lake Basin Choir for one number of performance. Thank you. A round of applause to Lake Basin Region Choir led by Dr. Joshua Orengo. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, other invited guests, delegates, right now, I really want to appreciate the panel led by our moderator, Mr. Amos Kiragu, Deputy Director, LBDA Agriculture. As you exit the podium, thank you very much for your contribution. We shall pick up from where we left in our own free time. Thank you very much for the deep insight. Thank you very much. Tuwapigie makofi jamani as they leave the stage. Thank you very much. Right about now, Your Excellency, I'd love to welcome youth from central Kisumu ward by the name Kisumu Multi-Talent to come and perform for us one item. Karibuni sana Kisumu Multi-Talent. Tuwapigie makofi mazuri jamani. Our youth from Central Kisumu Ward, they usually make their practices and their training near the airport. So one time you guys might want to go and support them as well. Your Excellency, I'd love to welcome the last performers on the stage, and there are none other than the Kochia dancers who will come and perform for us one item. Karibu sana Kochia dancers. Karibu sana Kochia dancers.
Thank you, Kochia dancers. Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. Tuwapigie makofi jamani, Kochia dancers. Wow. All right. Thank you, Kochia dancers. All right. Tuwapigie tena makofi majuzi jamani. For those who don't know Kochia dancers, this is a group of dancers who come from Homa Bay in a sub-county called Rangwe. Basically, this group was formed in early 1965, and they've gone as far as in the UK and in the US for the purpose of entertainment. So we are very much privileged to have them here at African Climate Summit 2023, Lake Basin region. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, I'd love to bring on stage my co-MC. She's a game on herself, a beauty of all description. I'd love to bring on stage Madam Damaris Ndira to come and take over the program. Thank you.
All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, development partners, exhibitors of the Africa Climate Summit Lake Basin Region side event. Good morning. My name is Damaris Ndira. I'm your co-MC today and your host, and I'd like to take this opportunity to, first of all, thank you all for coming, and then to welcome all of us to this summit. We have amongst us dignitaries, some of whom you've already seen, and I'd like to welcome the host, the Managing Director, Lake Basin Development Authority, CPA Wycliffe Ochiaga, to come forward and welcome us all into this event, and thereafter we shall have the other guests. Welcome.
Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Kisumu, Dr. Matthews Owili, the CEC members present here today, development partners, Board of Directors, LBDA, MD Kiwasko, Mr. Thomas Odongo, staff of LBDA, all delegates, exhibitors, partners, collaborators, the entertainment group, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once more. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you all to Lake Basin, and more so to the ACS 23 Lake Basin region. Your Excellency, Lake Basin is a state corporation under the Ministry of East Africa, ASALS, and Regional Development. It is one of the 6 state corporations. We have others as KVDA, Kerio Valley. We have a Wasonyiro North and South. We have Coast Development Authority. We have Tana and Athi River. And in the State Department, we also have NDMA. Part of our mandate, Your Excellency, is to improve the livelihoods of the people living within the Lake Victoria catchment area. And with this, Your Excellency, we cannot achieve this with the status of the climate that we have. And that is why, when this summit came up, we thought around it quickly, that as LBDA and as one of the government agencies within the Lake region, what can we do to sensitize our people around the effects of climate change? And that is how we came up with this side event. Your Excellency, this is the only side event happening out of Nairobi. A number of side events are happening in Nairobi, but as a region, we decided to bring closer the conversations at KICC to the Lake Basin region. On Sunday yesterday, we had a cycling event where we dispatched a number of cyclists to Nairobi to sensitize people on the issues of climate change. And I want to confirm that they are already in Nairobi. We have organized for them to be received at KICC. Along the way, the message was that what can we do as a community to ensure that we develop resilience, we adapt to climate change, and also mitigate to the effects of climate change. As LBDA, Your Excellency, the projects that we run are climate smart projects. All of them are those that then addresses the issues of climate change. We do fingerling production, Your Excellency, and this is to promote the inland fishing because we have realized that the levels of water that we have in the lake is not sufficient, but we have to use the limited resources that we have to ensure that we continue to produce and to step into the food production agenda and also increase employment to the people in this region. Your Excellency, we have also appreciated that we cannot use electricity all the time. And we have also embraced the green energy, and that is solar irrigation, which we do in a number of our regional offices, all the way from Migori to Kisumu, to Bungoma, to Busia, and will continue to expand. Your Excellency, greening program is one of our key interests as an authority, and we produce a number of tree seedlings. We produce a number of fruit trees because we appreciate that increasing the food forest is the way to go. And yesterday we had conversations here on the contributors to the emissions into the environment. And part of the resolutions, Your Excellency, were to increase fruit intake so that we reduce the effects of emissions when we go for other foods. Your Excellency, Lake Basin region addresses 18 counties, all the way from Migori, Kisumu, Kisii, Nyamira, Rift Valley, Busia, Bungoma, Uasin Gishu. And basically these were the former Nyanza province, the western Nyanza province, and part of Rift Valley. In Rift Valley, there are those that we cover fully and partially. In Nakuru and West Pokot, we are partially, but in the others, we are fully. So this event is a very dear event to us, and that is why we decided as a region to come up together with our learning institutions around, the universities, the youth, and also the elderly, our grandmothers and our grandfathers. Because the conversation, Your Excellency, has been that only those who step into the boardrooms then have their ideas being brought on board when it comes to policy formulation. And as a region, we want to have an inclusive approach to have our youths and our elders at home so that when it comes to policy formulation, then everybody is involved in policy formulation. Your Excellency, without much ado, I will request that you permit me to invite Director Rebecca to acknowledge the Board of Directors who are here. Then she will then hand over the program to the MC. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the DG, the Chairman, Lake Victoria South Waterworks Development Agency, the Board of Directors, the CEC members present, all protocol observed. Good afternoon, or it's still morning. Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Rebecca Gatti Maroa. I'm a director at Lake Basin Development Authority. I'm the chair of Planning, Strategy and Development. With me, I have a number of directors present, and I'll request that they rise up so we can, if I had a mic, we would have heard their voices at least. Kindly, the moving mic. From the far end, we have Morris, Director Morris, kindly wave. Followed by Director Lavender, kindly wave. Director Lavender is in charge of, she's the chair, human resource. Thank you. Followed by Director Carlo Ebel, kindly wave. The chair, finance and budget, Director Limo, thank you. Then we have Director Teresa Bitutu, kindly wave. We have the chair audit, Director Orowe. We also have Director Okayo, kindly wave. Then we have Director Advocate Chacha, kindly wave. And lastly, we have Director Lucas Kirindo. He's our host. Maybe before I sit down, I want us to have this caution to bring it closer to the, behind there is Director Swadi. Thank you. To bring this closer to the digital world, God created the Mother Nature, like we create the WhatsApp groups, right? Then he created man and made the man an admin of that WhatsApp group of the Mother Nature. Then now man decided to remove trees, man removed animals, man is removing birds, and we will get so many other ecosystems left in the group. And what we'll eventually have is the very man will now get extinct. So what I'm saying is that let us conserve nature, let us embrace climate change positively. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is now time, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Dr. Owili Matthews, and Dr. Honorable Calvins Odoyo Owidi. It is time that we want to request a few of our guests to come and give us some keynote addresses. And we shall start with the MD of Kiwasco. And I would want to request him to come on board. Thank you, sir. Welcome. Let's give him a hand of applause.
Thank you very much, MC. Your Excellency, Deputy Governor, Dr. Matthew Owili, good friend of mine, Chair Emeritus, Lake Basin Development Authority, Odoyo Owidi, Chair, Lake Victoria South Waterworks Development Agency, Odoyo Owidi, and today I've just realized that you're a very good dancer. Of course, Waziri Tourism, Farida, I appreciate. Board of Directors, Lake Basin Development Authority, and the MD, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I can also see members of the county assembly are also present. I do recognize your presence. My name is Thomas Odongo, the MD Kisumu Water and Sanitation Company, and I'm here because climate change is a very important aspect to us as Kiwasco, but to Kisumu County in general. Climate change does not happen overnight. It happens over a period of time. And until very recently, for all of us, as individuals, as organizations, it has been business as usual. I do remember around 2010 up to around 2014, the discussion we were having around climate in Kisumu County was about the receding lake levels. The lake levels had receded to a level where some of us saw the empty spaces and developed those spaces. But that changed a few years later when we had a disruptive phenomena and we had rising lake levels. So those who had developed those riparian areas, they found themselves submerged. So this shows that climate change has affected us in the region. Around the same time, 2010, 2014, we were saying that in Kisumu, we have enough water up to 2030. Recently, we are realizing that that is not factual. And it's not factual because of climate change. Why is it not factual? It's because the rivers that we thought, not we thought, but the rivers that were permanent then are now seasonal. We do abstract water from River Kibos, and you know we have a treatment plant over there. When that treatment plant was designed and commissioned, that river was a permanent river. Today, during the dry season, we are unable to abstract because the river does not flow. All these are effects of climate change and the impact on us negatively. So what happens is that there's been a lot of deforestation. There's been a lot of carbon emission into the environment to the extent that our water bodies have been affected negatively. If you're not talking about seasonal rivers, we are talking about either receding water levels or rising lake levels. And this is a paradox because climate change is global. It does not only start from Kisumu, but it's a global phenomena. That is why at one point you have the lake receding, another point you have rising lake levels. All this is as a result of human activities. It's a result of human activities. And each one of us is responsible. Talking about emissions into the environment, all of us are responsible. If you keep cattle at home, you are responsible for carbon emissions because the waste from cattle emit both methane gas and carbon dioxide into the environment, and these have negative effects. If you are a farmer, you are guilty of carbon emissions into the environment. If you are healthy and you go to the toilet, you are guilty of carbon emissions into the environment. And this results into climate change and the negative effects that we are feeling today. Now, we can reverse that. And how do we reverse that? I believe that all of us, we've heard about climate action. Climate action is about mitigation, as the MD talked about the mitigation measures that they are putting in place. And it's about climate adaptation. Mitigation is about reducing the emissions, the negative emissions that you have in the environment. And how do you do that? If you keep cattle, if you have more than 4 cows, for example, talk of cows only, then you can turn that waste into biogas, which you use in the house, and that reduces emissions. That's a mitigation measure, okay? Now, my business, of course, is water resource recovery or waste treatment. Now, in our waste treatment plants, what today we call water resource recovery plants, we handle your waste, and as I've said, your waste is also responsible for emission, okay? So our treatment plants, and I'll say I'm also guilty of the emissions, but to mitigate that, we are looking at harnessing those emissions, and then we produce biogas, and that biogas then can become a source of revenue. When it comes to climate adaptation, Lake Basin Development Authority is at the forefront of climate adaptation. To adapt is to say, yes, climate change is here with us. It has negative impacts. How can we adapt to that? How can we reverse those negative impacts? And they have a very robust tree growing plan. I remember a few years ago we partnered and we went to somewhere in Nyakach together in Kengen, and we grew trees there. We are also working with the Worldwide Fund for Nature to gazette the Nyang'ori catchment area. The source of River Kibos is Nyang'ori catchment, and if you know Nyang'ori catchment, it's not gazetted, and therefore there's been a lot of deforestation. So we already received a letter of support from the county. Thank you. The governor signed the letter of support, and the funds are being released for us to gazette and start reforestation programs. So all those are adaptation measures that we are looking at to reduce the negative effects of climate change. Now, the other aspect of climate change, of course, is pollution. We are next to the second largest freshwater lake in the world. If you look at all the rivers that flow into the lake, they are heavily polluted with all manner of pollutants. And you know, we are at the Gulf. These lakes, because they are polluted, they drain, this river, sorry, they drain into the lake, causes heavy pollution in the lake to the extent that there are some periods during the year, if you're in some parts of this city, then you get a pungent smell from the lake because of the blue-green algae, which is a resultant effect of climate change. So again, this shows that if we do our bit in terms of reduction of pollution, in terms of afforestation, planting of trees, then we can be having a very different discussion. We can be having a very different discussion. The positive discussion we are having today is about carbon credits. We are saying that, yes, we are guilty of emissions into the environment, but our extent of emissions into the environment is not the same as the amount of emissions by other countries, especially the first world countries. So we are saying that because what you do to the environment affects us, therefore we need to be compensated. So the issue of carbon credits come in, and you've heard in the discussions that are going on in the main event, it's a very hot topic because we are saying that the Western world must compensate us for these negative effects that we are having. The differences in lake levels at different times of the year or during different seasons is because of that. okay? What we used to call the intratropical convergence zones, these have shifted, okay, and disrupted the weather patterns. Your Excellency, as Kisumu County and Kisumu City, we are looking forward to us making Kisumu City a sponge city. A sponge city is a city that have very many water bodies, a city that has a very good vegetation cover. So when you have this, then it means that when it rains, the city is able to absorb the rainwater and there's no flooding. And this is doable. We just need to pronounce that. And we are going to get a lot of support because I know it happens elsewhere. So currently the situation is that when it rains today in the evening and you come back tomorrow during the day, all that water has gone back to the lake, okay? It rains today, tomorrow there's no water. In a sponge city, it rains today, that water is absorbed and it has a greening effect until the next rainy season. So we need to come up with canals. When it rains, we have water flowing through, and these are tourist attractions, and small dams, and parks, and green parks, okay? And this, as I've said, is doable. So the sponge city concept is something that I want us to embrace because it is one of the solutions to climate change. Lastly, Your Excellency, I also want to say that as Kisumu Water, we have what we call a climate resilient water safety plan. This looks at the quality of water right from the source to the tap. And what informed us having this climate resilient water safety plan is the negative impacts of climate change. So ladies and gentlemen, the solution is with us. It starts with us as individuals, and we are going to have a sponge city. Asanteni sana.
Your Excellency, yesterday the delegates had a number of deliberations following day one. And one of them was that legislature and a participatory approach is very essential in achieving sustainability environmentally and even to climate resilience. So amongst us are members of the Kisumu County Assembly who have come here, and we would like to recognize them in a special way. And I therefore would like to call their representative in this meeting, the chairman of climate change programs, to come and say a word to the audience.
To our chief guest, the Deputy Governor, all protocol observed, good morning. Good morning once more. My name's Honorable Samuel Dede, representing North Kisumu Ward, Chair to Water, Climate and Natural Resources and Climate Change in the County Assembly of Kisumu. With me, I've got members from the County Assembly, and I think I should just make them stand and wave for the congregation, because if I don't recognize their presence, I might be removed from the chair. Kindly, members, stand and wave for the congregation. I've got the vice chair with me there, Honorable Miki, and a member, Honorable Emily Oginga. Thank you. You can just get seated. Thank you to the congregation. First of all, I'd like to thank the LBD for bringing up the function to the locals. As we know, climate change, we start from the locals. And today, you've decided to bring it to the lowest level, whereby our people can just get to know whatever is taking place from the low level to the highest level. That's a plus to us. And more so to the county government, we as the legislators, we are there to at least form the formulation, form the policies to safeguard the climate change within our areas. More so from the county government, we've been working hand in hand, and the formation, we've already formed the Climate Change Committee at the ward level, which will assist us to bring more development to our people. To add on that, we're still looking forward to work with our county government officials. More so, the county government, here we have got the deputy governor, who's been working with us closely to enable us achieve what our goals. The problem we're getting is the resources. You know, to manipulate bring the development to the community, the resources, you've got to work closely with other partners. And the county government, as a county government, we've been working together and initiating the programs at the community level. And more so to the government, we've been able to at least bring the tree plantation to our locals through the initiative of the county government. With a few remarks, I know we'll still cooperate together, work together as a team, and encourage the members from the lowest level. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Now, as we all know, Lake Victoria South Waterworks Development Agency is one of the 9 waterworks agency or development agencies established here under the Water Act. And we have the chairman of Lake Victoria South Waterworks Agency, Honorable Calvins Odoyo Owidi. We would like to welcome you in a special way so that you can have a word and contribute towards the deliberations of this summit. Let's give him a hand of applause.
Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of the County of Kisumu, the CEO Kiwasko, CEC Farida, CEO LBDA, all the Board of Directors of Lake Basin Development Authority, na wale wote wengine, pokeeni heshima zangu kulingana na mamlaka, madaraka na uwezo wako. My name is Odoyo Owidi, Chairman ya maji zote eneo hii, hata zile ziko kwa mwili yako, mimi ndio mwenyekiti. I was here yesterday and I based my statements on the deliberate ability to change climate. And today, I want to do consumption is the greatest destroyer of climate. Before I do so, His Excellency, there is a man here, Tom, CEO Kiwasko. I want you to stand up because I want to recognize you. I happen to be the chairman of all water development in the south of Lake Victoria. So recently we went to Mombasa for water conference, and Kisumu County made me very proud because throughout that region, Kisumu is the best county in the use of water. So they also happen to have the lowest non-revenue water. Keep it up and improve it. I am becoming increasingly passionate about water because when I was growing up, I used to be taught that water is life. But later in life, I discovered I was not entirely correct. Water is not only life. Water is eternal life. It is not surprising that we use it to baptize ourselves in readiness for eternal life. Back to my theme, consumption is the greatest destroyer of weather. And the avenues to mitigate is production, is conservation, is preservation, is saving, is being creative. And that means one more thing. When I came here yesterday, I realized the best stand was won by some youth out there. You know, the youth are very creative. It is not surprising that Lake Basin Development Authority, the only state agency in this region with a youthful CEO, became creative enough to have a sideline to the Climate Change Summit. Wycliffe Ochiaga, take my applause as an individual and as of the crowd. Dr. Willie, I am not saying you are not youthful. You are the future of Kisumu. As I say, preservation, conservation, production, creation are the future of climate, the mitigators of climate. The consumers of energy are the greatest destroyers of the ozone layer. The consumers of the foods are the greatest destroyers of the environment. Consumers of water are the greatest destroyers of the infrastructure and of environment. What are we going to do about consumption? We can't stop it. But we can do something about it. We can go for sustainable consumption. We can go for preservation and conservation of the natural resources we have around us. We can go for creativity to mitigate consumption. We can do something. We can deliberately change the weather patterns. But remember, the weather is also controlled by water. Whether it is the typhoon winds, whether it is the temperature, water has an effect on it. Water it is. So if you do anything in this country related to water, as a leader in water industry, as an engineer in water, make a deliberate effort to mitigate climate change. We can no longer ignore climate change. We can no longer ignore the adjectives that change consumption, that control consumption, that mitigate consumption. We are going to continue, but we are going to continue responsibly. Today, the current government of the Republic of Kenya has decided that we are going to plant 15 billion trees in this country by the end of this parliamentary term. I am on the count up. I have personally planted 61 trees since we began. And every group I join as a tree planter. Why a tree and why trees? In the beginning, I said, every effect of weather is controlled by water. Trees preserve and conserve water. Yesterday when I was here, for those who are here, I said I went to plant trees in the Mau 2 weeks ago. And before we went to plant the trees, we made a deliberate effort as the water sector to remove all the eucalyptus along the river. After 2 weeks, Those who monitor the river told us that the river level had risen by a few inches. Of course, I didn't want to believe, but I'm obliged to believe because I believe in science. And that is where I also learned that a full-grown eucalyptus tree consumes 250 liters of water a day. So if you have a whole lot along the tree lines, you can be sure we are destined to drying the rivers. Consumption is the greatest destroyer of climate. Unfortunately, when we talk about climate change, we sometimes conclude our speeches without saying change in what direction. We must change climate for the better. Incidentally, climate change has a spiral effect. The moment you begin growing trees, you begin to get more rain, you begin to get cooler temperatures, and more trees again grow. That is why sometimes in places like the Congo forest, they are almost controlling the growth of trees. Why don't we push ours to a level in which now we probably would want to begin to control it? The governor in the future, I would like all the government agencies that operate in Kisumu or in this region to come together for a deliberate effort to conserve, to preserve, to develop, so that we reduce, we mitigate consumption. And that you can do very well with the CEO Lake Basin Development Authority, because Lake Basin Development Authority is the only agency in this region whose mandate cuts across almost every sector of our lives. And this works. When I first joined Lake Basin Development Authority, this place was almost a dead place. And besides that, the other branches of Lake Basin were almost dying. But we had a very small idea that we call all the government agencies, I've seen them here, bring them together in a closed door and take a deliberate action to have the government agencies occupy here. And that is how today we have tenants here. We can deliberately bring these agencies together. And we have a deliberate effort to work towards controlling the climate. When I was growing up, I believed that the only thing you can do nothing about is weather. You sit in your home, it is raining, it is cold, it is windy, there is typhoon. Only to learn later in life that we have a choice. We can control, we can decide in which direction the weather change takes place. Ladies and gentlemen, because I am not a maker of written speeches, how much I can say is limited. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. How can we speak climate change in the simplest of terms? Should we grow trees? Should we hug them? What should we do? And we are told that responsible production and consumption is Sustainable Development Goal number 12 of the 17. And for us to have sustainable cities, we have to start from the leadership. And so I call the Honorable Farida, the CECM of Tourism and Marketing, Kisumu County, to come and give us her address. Thank you and welcome.
May the peace, blessings, and mercy of God be with all of us. To Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of the great county of Kisumu, to the chairman for water, as he has aptly put it, Honorable Odoyo Owidi, to LBDA team, the entire LBDA team, led by the MD, Bwana Wycliffe Ochiaga, all the county assembly members present, all the climate change advocates who have found time to gather here. I salute everybody in this room, in this side event that is happening in Kisumu. I salute all of you, and I take a lot of pride in all of us who find some time to be here and have serious conversations that are geared a long way to reverse the effects of climate change that we are witnessing here. My name is Farida Salim, Waziri in charge of Trade, Tourism, Industry and Marketing, Kisumu County. I bring you greetings from my colleague from the Department of Environment and Climate Change, Honorable Marilyn Agua, who would have been here, but because she had to attend the main event in KICC. However, she passes her greetings to all of us, and together we are joining hands to support the cause so that these conversations that will come out of this side event here in Kisumu, we are very much committed, very much honored to be part of them, and also very much looking forward to hearing from our people on what we need to do together to make this a success. Your Excellency, sometime in May this year, at Best Western Hotel, we launched KICC Mashinani, MICE Mashinani. MICE is an acronym meaning meetings, incentives, conferences, exhibitions. And the essence for KICC to launch, to choose Kisumu, to have that launch being held here in Kisumu, was because we have already set a pace as a county. You all were here during AfriCities Summit, and we delivered it successfully as a county. And so for Kisumu, it was not by default. It's because our level of readiness to promote business tourism is, commendable, and that is why when the launch was held, it happened here in Kisumu. And so today, this summit, this side event of the Africa Change Summit happening only in Kisumu, is a milestone to the agenda of devolving the conferencing, the business tourism, to counties. And I want to thank sincerely LBDA team for having lobbied and championed to bring this event here, because doing that is a clear demonstration and commitment that we are working together and we are pulling together to keep taking Kisumu to higher and greater levels. So if you are seated in this room, take a lot of pride about being in Kisumu, and even the counties, our neighbors. We are not undermining anybody, but we are saying somebody must take a lead. Kisumu has taken a lead, and we ask all our neighbors to join hands with us to make sure that the conversations, the deliberations that will come out of here, we are all going to honor, we are all going to make sure that we transform this challenge of climate change into an opportunity for positive transformation so that we protect our environment for the generations today and the coming generations in the future. You can see the climate clock is here. It is not here just to be seen as a clock. It is sending a message to all of us that the countdown has begun. We are left with 5 years, 321 days to put in spirited efforts to make sure that we reverse the drastic effects of climate change. So it cannot be business as usual. We must come out, we must put in a lot of efforts to ensure that within this period, we are safe. And so, from our end, as the policymakers, we will be listening keenly to all of us inside here. We are all important in this conversation. Please engage. Let us engage. Let us add value to why we came here. Let us make everybody who did not get an opportunity to be here today to be part and parcel, depending on how we are going to pass the information. Sharing is caring. Let us share as much information as possible so that then this course becomes escalated to another level. And so I say thank you very much, LBDA. Thank you very much to all of us who have spared time. We are all busy people, but we have found time to be here. Thank you very much, and I look forward to fruitful deliberations out of this side event. Thank you. I now take this opportunity to invite our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Matthew Owili, who is also the Deputy Governor of the great county of Kisumu. Karibu sana, Your Excellency.
You may be seated, and let's give a round of applause to Waziri Farida, and another round of applause for the previous speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to request that I ride on the protocol as set by the previous speakers, and especially by my brother, the Honorable Calvin Odoyo Owede, who was here actually as chair before, and leaving in place a very competent team, the CEO together with the board, my colleagues, of course, from the county. We have here Waziri, she's just spoken. The CEO of Lake Victoria spoke here a while ago. We have members of the county assembly, the very important committee who will be helping us pass, laws that are favorable to this very important conversation that we're having. I recognize all of you who are here from various sectors, from within the county of Kisumu and from without. This afternoon, I rise on this podium by delegation. The governor, Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, was meant to be the one presiding over this event, and I was having another component, of course, as one of the panelists, and I hope that also comes within the time that is allocated. But distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is here with us. It is a reality. Now, gone are the days when we used to think that climate change was just another scientific term or another neighbor's problem. Me and Odoyo Willie will tell you that probably one of the clearest signs of climate change are the disappearing birds. Ochongorio in my place now is almost non-existent. Actually, I haven't seen one in a long time. Oloro, and they're all there. Yeah? And if you come to the fish that we eat, sire, tarabula, and all these chuomielken, you'll no longer see them. So that tells you that there's something that is happening that is affecting our environment negatively. We were being told of melting glaciers when we were in high school. Well, we don't have glaciers here. We were being told of tornadoes. And I think even now we are still told about tornadoes. I know that we don't have tornadoes where we live. So climate change then was in effect another neighbor's problem. But as we know today, not anymore. Climate change is not just an environment issue. It has too many faces, okay? And people must start believing that we have a problem that we must deal with here and now. Dr. Simon Peter, I recognize you and your team. Most welcome and thank you for coming by. Now, it is a real threat to livelihoods. It is a threat to health. It is a threat to agriculture. It is a threat to peace. It is also a threat to our security. It's a real threat to global economies and to the world order as we know it today. Climate change has arrived at the global table. The world no longer discusses peace only. The world no longer discusses security only. They don't just discuss diplomacy. The world is discussing climate change. And at this point, I want, on behalf of the governor, to sincerely thank Lake Basin Development Authority, the management, and the board. This, so far, is the only side event of the major activity in Nairobi, and it is happening in Kisumu. It is, of course, giving us some necessary focus that may help us make some decisions and give us some kind of push so that we play our part. And so I know that the governor would have loved to tell you this himself, but please take note that we appreciate what you have done. Storms, droughts, and rising water levels, as was being indicated here by Engineer Thomas Odongo of Kiwasco, are a bleak sign of what we are facing. Just the other day, we lost quite a bit of fish stock. Actually, I got to learn about how important that sector is because of the fish that we lost. It was monumental. And we didn't have an idea that that sector was that important. Again, that loss was as a result of climate change. Now, large regions will become uninhabitable because they will be either flooded or hardly get any rainwater at all. Down there in Kabonyo Kanyagwal, we have schools that have been submerged. We have churches that have been submerged. We have quite a bit of farmlands that have also been submerged, okay? And if you want to know more details about that, there's a gentleman here called Osako. He can tell you. That's the place where he comes from, that young man there. Now, developing countries are going to suffer disproportionately if the global community continues to the game that almost everybody waits for someone else to take action. Okay? And so I will be asking some very serious questions, after my presentation. Because I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that what we lack, okay, and what the referee has already indicated here, that ndalomo miwa tin, we don't have a lot of time, okay? We are basically hard pressed for time. The experts are saying that unless we do something within 5 years, and by the way, by the time we leave here this evening, by the time this conference is through in those few days, our time will be more limited than it was when we started. So we are looking for doers. Where are these champions who are willing to dirty their hands, to put into action the brilliant ideas that come out of such conferences, that will continue to come out of these conferences, and that we have documented from such conferences in the past? Where are the doers? That, ladies and gentlemen, will be a very major question. Someone must be willing to take action. Today, the world has converged in Nairobi for this year's African Climate Summit, where African leaders will be called upon to make ambitious pledges and commitments towards the adoption of pledging and commitment framework. Pledging and commitment framework. You don't just pledge, but you also commit within a given framework. It is obvious that if we do not act now, dangerous climate change will become irreversible. And when it becomes irreversible, then we have to start treating it, okay? As, the way we would probably be treating some conditions or diseases that affect us. We have to live with them, We have to live with such conditions. So within 6 years, if nothing happens, then you have to start treating your environment. If you want to feel cold, then you have to do something for you to get there, that kind of environment that you need. Okay, and nothing can be as dangerous as that. In my view, we must move away from mere talk to action. And that's what I was saying earlier, okay? It is beautiful to organize conferences such as this one, but what do we do when we get out of here? Do we wait for another opportunity to come and gather? Kofi Annan once said, the question is not whether climate change is happening, but whether in the face of this emergency, we ourselves can change fast enough. That's Kofi Annan. May God rest his soul in peace. The question that we must ask ourselves is how fast we can change ourselves to keep up and respond to this global threat. Climate change is the only war that no country is spared. It is not like the Cold War era or the war between Russia and Ukraine, where countries have the luxury of taking sides or being non-aligned. Okay? And you see, when it comes to issues of war, Russia and Kenya have been enjoying very close ties, okay, in the past. In fact, in the last Africa-Russia summit, the president himself was in Russia with a delegation of more than 80. Now, because of the war, in the last summit, there was no official government delegation. Now, that can happen when you are fighting a war. Okay, you can afford to take sides, but you cannot afford to take sides when it comes to climate change. That is why today the podium at KICC is being shared by the leadership of Azimio and the Kenya Kwanza government, because in this one, if you do not act together, then we are fried together. Now, climate change has become a universal equalizer. We either respond together, as I've told you, as the world community, or perish together. And the time for action is now. Now, in addressing matters of climate change, we must focus our attention to scaling climate financing. How much of our budget goes into matters that will help us address climate change? And this is a question that we must ask the national government. This is a question that county governments must address. This is a question that state corporations, such as Lake Victoria South Waterworks Agency and LBDA, must also address. How much of your budget is geared towards matters or action that will help mitigate? Now, we need to think about investments for food system transformation. And I was able to visit one of the stands there that the Honorable David was saying is his best, very nutritious, plants, and fruits, that all of us can grow within our neighborhoods, so that we don't have to rely on, the market to get everything. It is shameful that we have to import fruits, for example, from Israel, a country that is literally a desert, into a county or a city like Kisumu, where practically all land is arable. So again, the time for action is now. We need to accelerate climate resilience in water and sanitation investments. And Kiwasko, this is you and the rest of the team. We need to harness renewable energy. How many of us, even in this building alone, in this meeting, are willing to invest in renewable energy? All of us are constructing houses, left, right, and centers. How many of us are willing to, invest in solar energy? We are spending huge sums of money, persuading Kenya Power, literally, to come and connect you to the grid, literally persuading them, for something that we know is harmful to the environment, and in a region where you have 12 hours of sunshine, and sometimes more. Again, where the people who will say enough is enough, I am doing where are the governments who will say enough is enough? We are implementing a policy where if you bring a building plan that does not have a provision for renewable energy, we are not licensing you. And I know NEMA are here and all these other bodies are here. And we need to make a case for carbon credits for economic sustainability. A lot of it has been said, carbon credit. I'm yet to know anybody who has ever benefited, from this carbon credit. Again, the conversion of carbon credit benefits have been going on for quite some time. Can we see some action? I believe that if there's some action that can be able to help, bring more people into the circle, because then they know things are serious, And people love money, so it's an area that I think we can also start doing something. Now, we need to invest in green transport to combat carbon emissions, Mass urban transport is a very good solution to it, But then I know that the economy of the third world countries may not support at this time. But then can we think about electric motorbikes, And have some meaningful investment into that sector, and to ensure that most of the carbon fuel propelled motorbikes are given the back burner so that we can go green. We need to think about safeguarding our water bodies for sustainable blue economy. I am a friend of Lake Victoria, and I'm a friend of all the rivers that drain into Lake Victoria. And I'm a friend of Thomas Odongo as well. And sometimes I sympathize with him. I keep asking him. Now, there's River Kisat. There's a sport that me and him are involved in that sometimes, forces us to pass by River Kisat. So one time you pass by River Kisat, it is clean. The next time you come, like in matters of minutes, the place has basically changed. And now we are here. We are the ones who live in this basin. We are the ones who live in the highlands. But we're also the ones who are releasing effluent to the rivers that then drain into the lake. so that Odoyo cannot get the best fish, okoko. Eh? You can't get it there because sometimes, because of that pollution, okoko disappears. Okay? So again, where are the actors? Somebody somewhere knows that somebody is releasing effluent into the lake, but what are we doing about it? Where is NEMA? Is it that NEMA does not have teeth and they cannot bite? Okay? In all this, we must bring all on board, the private sector, the government, and the civil society. Let us act now to save our future. Again, the big question, where are the actors? Again, I refer you to the clock there. It is now 5 years, 321 days, 6 hours, 16 minutes, 35, 33, 32, and it goes like that. Where are the actors? We are talking about pollution. We need all of us to be champions, okay, so that we prevent pollution of our water bodies. We are talking about greening our environment. As a person, how many trees are you planting in your farm and in your home? Odoyo, of course, has told us he's only planted 61. You need to be planting like 600 within 2 weeks. So, but he's at least doing something. The question is, at a personal level, what are you doing about it? We all agree that we need to green our schools. The question is, what are you doing about it? We all agree, especially in the county of Kisumu, that we have 3 water towers. One is Koguta, which is the biggest. There's one in Kajulu, and I think there's one in Kisumu. What are we doing about, planting trees in our water towers? Okay? We all agree that we need to rethink our mode of transport in as far as the use of carbon fuel is concerned. How many governments are willing to engage with that sector so that we go green? We all agree that cities, municipalities need to have green spaces, okay, where we can, have the green environment where people can go and relax, that kind of thing. And, how many are willing to protect the ones that we already have and to create space, for the others. So if there's anything that we must take home today out of this meeting, out of the resolutions that we'll have, is to ask ourselves where the champions are, where the real actors are. Who are these who will stand in the gap for Mother Nature and for Mother Earth? And who will do the right thing to ensure that the time we are given then becomes enough for us to do our thing? Today in the morning, we had a discussion with the CEO of LBDA, and the governor did set out a date, which is the 10th of each and every month, the Honorable Day, where we need to be, it's a greening day. So we should be planting trees. And so I'm hoping that this time, as we agreed, we can partner with you and the Assembly and the County Executive and Kiwasco and indeed everybody else who is willing, so that this meeting, this side meeting in Kisumu has some action point. And I believe this is one major thing that we can do, not just to plant trees on that day, but also to create awareness so that our people can begin to appreciate the matter that is at hand, that is climate change, that requires all of us to act. So now, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the governor of the county of Kisumu, Professor Peter Anyang'-Nyong'o, I now declare this side event in Kisumu City officially open. And as I exit the scene, I would like, other than Waziri, those of us who work for the county government who are here, we need to recognize you from both Department of Environment, Tourism. If you work for the county government of Kisumu, please rise. Thank you very much, Director Olue. Thank you very much there. I know Thomas Ouko is here. Another gentleman called Mwangi is here. A very great team. We recognize your presence and thank you.
Eta wa mzungu mwana mukatumi ikhale nende pusi wafula mwana webweni national combination sound Loma.
Your Excellency, we thank you so much. And now we would like to stand up, all of us, so that we can sing the national anthem. Thank you so much, and we may break for lunch, but in the afternoon we still have a number of activities that are going to take place, including panel discussions. Thank you so much. Asanteni.
Bana ba papa nyanga kanyole na habo motambi nduli nyanga kanyole bana ba papa nyanga ya mabasei hey balina banje sunjendye ahuwaka nongozi kezibana nomenyire ya yoli kalola nojenda ya yoli kalola tuli muno wina umanyanga ana katoro gozi galijenda aluya banje kuzaye nyasaye wele uno mwene umanyire mwami uno baba ya bumanya mwami buno wele ya bumanya nojenda baba so manyanga njira ino zasunga ujendanga Kaya kano katumire resunje mahuwa kano
our seats, please. Thank you, co-chair dancers. Thank you, co-chair dancers. We may all have our seats, please. That was lively. Thank you very much. I think I really agree with the sentiments that were echoed here earlier by CEO Kiwasko, the chairman, Honorable Doyo, you're still youth, man. If you can do this, wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, I would love to appreciate the presence of Madam Monica Feather, Madam Waziri in charge of agriculture from Bungoma County. Karibu sana, Madam Waziri. Right about now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd love as we proceed to the next session of this afternoon, and I'd love to bring my co-MC, Madam Damaris Dira, to come and bring for us the panelists of the afternoon. Thank you, Karibu, Madam Damaris.
Mudambi. Thank you. With me here is Mr. Philip Otiato. Please greet the audience.
Hello, good afternoon. I hope everyone is well fed. Karibu tena.
Thank you so much. We'd like to come to the panel discussion. And we have organized a team of panelists, some of whom are some of the dignitaries that we had this morning. And I just want to call them one by one as they come up the stage. So the topic today is about mobilizing public and private capital for climate actions. The first panelist is Ms. Christine Otieno, Director, Corporate Services, Lake Basin Development Authority, and an expert in project financing. Let's give a hand of applause to Ms. Christine Otieno as she comes up the stage. Let's have the moderator, Director, Mr. Laban Buru, the Regional Manager, Can Invest. He's amongst us here. He's been here with us since yesterday. Mr. Laban Buru, a hand of applause for him as he comes up the stage. Is he in? Thank you. I've seen him. Next is Mr. Mila Menja. Mila Menja is from Kenya Diaspora Alliance, a green champion and an expert in mining indigenous knowledge. So you see the reason why we have co-chair dancers here. And then that is to say that we are able to deal with some of the indigenous activities through cultural activities that we can see here on stage. Mr. Shakespeare Ariwi is the third panelist. Please come up the stage. A hand of applause. He is from the Office of the National Coordinator, Greening Kenya Initiative Trust, a green champion and a climate finance expert. Our fourth panelist is Ms. Betty Okoda. A hand of applause. Betty Okoda is the Director, Commercial Services, Lake Basin Development Authority, and an expert in value addition. And last and most importantly, but not least, Mr. Thomas Odongo is the Managing Director and CEO of Kiwasko. Let's give him a hand of applause. Thank you so much. Now, I'll give it back to the moderator of this panel discussion to take us through the process.
Chairman and all the delegates, good afternoon. Good afternoon. As you've been told, my name is Laban Buru. I'm the regional manager working with Kenya Investment Authority at the Kisumu regional office. So I'll be moderating this session about mobilizing public partnership financing for climate-related projects. And because of time, and I know it is an afternoon, just want to make a few remarks before maybe I invite the panelists to make their contributions. Yesterday and today we've been talking about matters of climate change and the need for us taking action now. And if you even look at the theme at the Nairobi meeting summit, we're talking about issues of climate financing and going green. When it comes to issues of investments in all the sectors, not necessarily climate-related projects, issues of financing becomes a challenge, and especially if you want to even include the bottom of the pyramid, or in Kenya what we are calling the SMEs, the bottom-up approach. We need to deliberately come up with ways of mobilizing finances that can be inclusive and away from the traditional methodologies of financing, so that our youths, our women, and the lesser persons within the big business ecosystem can participate in ensuring that we are all moving towards the same direction. Again, as it was mentioned earlier, countries have committed to reducing emissions. I think it's about 1.5 degrees. It was meant to be 2 degrees as per the Paris Agreement, but I think there has been negotiation downwards to about 1.5 degrees Celsius. But now, what activities? Most of the economic activities, I think the chair mentioned, our consumption trends and even our production trends when it comes to issues of industries. And one of the reasons why we are not able to invest in sustainable manners is because of challenges related to finances. And I think our team today, they are going to unravel that mystery in terms of how, and in terms of very practical ways, can we mobilize these finances using the PPP approaches in an all-inclusive manner to support the projects and investments that are geared towards supporting matters related to addressing climate change. So I want to request all of you kindly take a few minutes, introduce yourself, and at the same time when you have the mic, you can take 3 minutes, because we don't have so much time, so that you can tell us, first of all, what is this financing model, and what avenues are available? And from there we're going to the next question. Thank you. Christine, karibu.
Christine Otieno, once again, Director of Corporate Services, Lake Basin Development Authority. First of all, I must say I'm not an expert in funds mobilization. I am a facilitator, just to get it right. Now, the main topic is climate finance architecture. And we are here to actually demystify the term architecture, because when you use the word architecture, it comes with a very complex structure. But climate finance architecture is basically a system of specialized public funds that help countries implement climate mitigation and adaptation projects or programs. So the funds can come from the public, it can come from the private, in terms of specifically geared towards climate issues. Now these funds play a very valuable role in everything, that is from deploying renewable energy to helping smallholder farmers cope with drought. That is restoring degraded forests and that is often to mobilize and even have larger volumes of funding from the public sector and the private sector for the issues of resources. So it is basically just a structure, a financial structure that has been put in place in terms of mobilization of funds from private and public enterprises or countries. So we find that over the past 25 years, there are dozens of national, regional, and international climate funds which have been created. So these are funds that have been created over time. 25 years, 30 years down the line, it has been built up over time, and were specifically to tackle issues of climate, and they were to respond to the needs of this society at that time and even at this time. So the question to ask ourselves at this time when we talk about architecture is, how much is available for tackling climate change today? We say we have a pool, we have a resource. Out of this resource, how much is available when it comes to tackling climate change today? And how sufficient is the availability of the financing to address the needs? Because you might have funds out there, but are they sufficient? Are they streaming down to the nations? Because you know that developing countries are the ones that need to mitigate against climate change more than the developed countries. And you find that most of it is about 60% of the developing countries are in need of these funds than the developed countries because of the resources used in terms of fuel, in terms of cooking, fossil fuel, all the things that are used towards our livelihoods are usually having gas emissions. Now, the global climate finance architecture is basically a structure that has been laid down like from the United Nations Finance. And these are funds which have been decentralized, they are funds which have been put into different structures. One of the things we find are the contributors in the first tier. The contributors of financial architecture, their funds are basically countries. We find countries like Australia, we find Germany, we find Japan, Norway, Denmark, US, Canada, countries in the EU. They form the first tier of contributors. So these contribute a lot towards the global funds on climate change. Then towards the lower rank, we find the bilateral institutions. These are institutions like JICA, you find GIZ, you find DFAT, AFID, OPIC, NORAD. So these are the ones that are in the bilateral institutions, and the ones who are downward towards as the funds are streaming down to the national levels. Then from there we have the implementing agencies or institutions, and these implementing agencies or institutions have been given the mandates to implement the utilization of those funds, even include people like the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which are in these implementing agencies. You have UNEP, you have UNDP, you have NORAD, you have World Bank. So these are people who have been given the mandate to implement the agencies. From there, we find out the mainstream government is able to have unilateral agreements, unilateral, bilateral agreements with these implementing agencies, that from there then we can draw our funds from the mainstream government. But apart from that one, we have other organizations that are able to link up directly to those partners or collaborators on the ground who have access to these implementing agencies, which are going to discuss with other panelists who are seated here with me. They can draw their funds directly from the implementing agencies through partnerships and collaborations. So with me, we have people who can be able to explain that further. But from where I sit as LPDA basically draws much of its funds from the mainstream government. Our projects, which are development-based, have a unit of the climate change in terms of over 60 to 70% of our development budget is basically climate change-based projects. And what I can say is that we also have partnerships, as I said yesterday, that we have partnerships, we have collaborations, which we gave an example of NEMA. We had East African Berries Limited, where we did water harvesting projects in schools which was going on that we gave water to the schools, we gave water to the community around there. So from our point of view, we do collaborations. But maybe just talk from here, let us have the other panelists who are able to draw directly from institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Let's give her a clap. And now I would want Wanamila to tell us what is the current situation? What would you say is the current situation relating the financing that's available and the situation on the ground? How do we look? And maybe you can go further and tell us what do we need to do?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mila Menga. I'm a green champion. I wish I could say green champion in my local language. That's Luo. But I really find it a little bit difficult to express it because most of us will not understand. So I'll use English so that I communicate. And I'm a secretarial member at Kenya Diaspora Alliance. And as many of us, I also wear many hats. I'm a father. And I'm a son. Going to the subject. The theme of this year's Africa Climate Summit is all about climate finance. And it's because most of us in this room have heard much about climate change. It's been years talking about climate change. But now the conversation is shifting to discussions on climate finance. And how can this be as localized as we can? And that's why I appreciate the responsibility that the Lake Basin Development Authority have taken to initiate conversations at this local level so that the most local person can understand what is climate finance and define it in the most local language that we can all get. Basically, any money that you invest in climate action is climate finance. If you take a responsibility to plant a tree, if you take a responsibility to buy a solar system, if you take a responsibility to make green roads, all that money across all sectors is climate finance. And many of us are aware that these are things that we do every single day. The problem is we don't track it, so we don't know that it exists. And that is the biggest issue that we need to be considering as we sit into this forum. How can we track climate finance from an individual perspective to a county level, going to the national level? How can we track the climate finances that we invest? I want to say that private institutions too invest a lot of money in climate responsive projects. Across sectors, they invest in climate responsive projects. But again, looking at the projects that we invest in and tracking this money, most of the time we do very piecemeal activities that make us not be able to define climate finance in an easier way. If we can do projects that are massive and rapid in nature, then it will be easier for us to track climate finance that is getting on board. For example, if it is about planting trees, why can't we, as a directive, through the normal system of governance. That is the assistant chief and the village elders. As we converge here, and as the continent converge in Nairobi, how will we offset our footprints, carbon footprints? If we could say that every home can plant at least 2 trees, and it becomes a directive, then that one you can track how many trees we have planted in a simple way. And you can imagine if that is happening across a region. And it's not the first time it's happened. Ethiopia is doing it. They plant 1 million trees in a day. They do. Can we do that together? That will be the easier way to track climate finance. And I want to be very clear that climate finance is all the monies that we take into climate action. And basically, just to look at the picture at the national level, in the spirit of tracking climate finance, currently we have the National Designated Authority at the Treasury called the Green Economy Unit. It exists. It will be a pleasure for counties, for individuals to visit that office and get the information that we want. The easiest example that we have currently at county level is financing locally led climate action. This is money that has been mobilized from abroad and is coming in to facilitate projects down here. That's just a small bit of climate finance that we have that is challenged through the government system. But there are many more that I will allow for the necessity of time and the 3 minutes that you gave me. I will stop at that at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. I think taking it from where Shakespeare, really from you are social entrepreneur, and listening to both Christine and the fund somehow exists. But even out of the audience, I don't know how many of us even know where those funds are. So, from your experience, how do we make it easier to access such funds, and how do we overcome the obstacles? Yes, is the mic okay?
Oh, thank you very much for this opportunity, and especially for the Lake Basin Development Authority to do this wonderful job. My name is Shakespeare Nyangarevi. I'm a social entrepreneur with Greening Kenya Initiative Trust. And I normally put very many hats. Currently where I'm sitting courtesy of the Lake Basin Development Authority, who have given me a small space to volunteer. I was told that volunteering ni kazi ya kanisa, ulipe mshahara. But me, I believe in one thing, that even thank you is enough payment. And I will always do my best whenever it comes to issues of climate change. I will never look back since 2009, when Greening Kenya Initiative Trust, where I work, was established in the office of the then Prime Minister. Greening Kenya Initiative Trust, where I work, I'm the programs manager, national. We work with the 47 counties in Kenya, and I'm grateful that Lake Basin Development Authority has made it possible for Shakespeare and the Green Champions team at Greening Kenya Initiative Trust to have 18 counties. In front of me, I'm seeing 18 counties. And that one is giving me a lot of comfort in my heart, especially when I'm doing this job that I love. And today is very special day for me as a person, because I want to tell you in your eyes that gone are the days when we are being told that until funds are made available is when development will be there. I'm happy that climate change is with us. Mtu asikudanganya ati climate change sasa ni noma. Climate change has brought an opportunity, Bwana Mburu. We have finances right now. And for those who are keen, if you look at that screen, and if you can Google, just Google the climate finance status in Kenya, you will see that we have a lot of money. And I'm happy that we have those counties who have made even broad steps to make sure that they sit in this particular forum so that they can listen to this story, that climate finance is with us. The only question which comes, and I'm happy because today you guys have put me in a straight jacket to speak in English, a language that I don't know very good. I have to get a dictionary next to me for me to speak nicely. I wish that I could say this in the language that I know better. I wish that you can even allow me to quote Nelson Mandela. Sawa, nitaweka sheng kiasi. Thank you. Because again they say, for those who are religious, in Amos 3:3, can two walk together without agreeing? So if you agree that I can put some sheng, it will be wonderful. But we are saying that the climate finance is with us. The only question that you must ask yourself wherever you are sitting is one bold question, that what is climate finance? Believe me, I can put 1,000 shillings here, na kuna mtu atakula hiyo damu. Because we were brought up with that English, and you know English I have an issue with Banamburu because read and read have the same spelling. I don't know how those teachers in CBC are managing to teach present and past. But they are telling me that funding, when you hear the word funding, is having a ceiling. A ceiling, they'll tell you, call for proposal, write this proposal, not more than 3 million. But in climate financing, for the first time in the world, we are being told, show us the climate action for climate financing. That is what we are missing. The only challenging thing, the elephant in the house, is that we have what we call Constitution 2010. It brought in a wonderful, body called devolution. And it brought all those things to be done down here. So again, we are told that for us to access this climate finance, we must put our laws in place. So the national have done their best. The counties are trying. Even this financial year, na ni uchungu sana nikiwaambia hii Jojo. Watu wanatuambia kwamba Kenya sijui tuko vipi, uchumi ni mbaya, but is it true? No. For those who read that, who heard when that statement was being read for the budget for this particular year. And if you are Thomas, I'll show you the page 84. In that statement 159 in the budget, read by the CS Njuguna, Treasury. He said that we have 3.6 billion shillings this financial year for our uptake. Mathematicians in the house, multiply divide 3.6 billion by 47 counties. Suppose that everything is constant, which is not constant because some counties are really doing very badly in terms of putting their financial laws and policies in place. Nairobi and Mombasa are the leading. And you know, there's where we have professors, we have the best schools, we have the best people. So what do you want to talk about? Yet, they are the last people, they are number 46 and 47 in terms of accessing the climate finance. So again, that one is a very big challenge for us. What is this thing we are being told called climate financing? What is it that is making it different from this other funding? It's a very small thing. And I will tell you, because if you are alive today, know that that day will come. And when that day comes, we normally come to your funeral. And we normally don't do funding, we do financing. So the difference with funding and financing is that in financing, we don't have like, this is the budget and this is the ceiling and this is the minimum and this. No. In financing, it is that climate action which will determine the kind of financing you need. And in this financial year, Banamburu, it's very sad that we have 220 million shillings which the government gave like to counties, for those counties who met the marks, the minimum access criteria. And there are very few. I don't know whether Kisumu, Bungoma, thank you for coming. Bungoma was the first county in 2010 who signed with the Greening Kenya Initiative an MOU, and we built a technology center. Ni venye tu changamoto ni mingi kwa ulimwengu hii. Sasa usidhani daktari tutakuacha. And because you have come, you have met Shakespeare. I'll not leave you. Nitakupatia namba yangu. I'm normally very reserved with my number, but I'll give it. Thank you for coming, ma'am, because we want you to make our MD proud. We have 18 counties, and somebody must stand up to be counted. Kisumu already have stood up, and we are counting them. They have Katukode in the Miriu catchment that we want to fix before this year ends, because tuko na pesa. Yes. Okay, so Kingele Melia, but I'm saying this, I want to repeat once more that climate finance is with us. It is there, it is financing, it's not funding. Kindly, county governments, can we rope ourselves, the 18 around the MDA, the the Lake Basin Development Authority, so that we can put a strong case that can fit the financing for the region. And to me, if that one is done, MD, count me in your team. We'll do our best, the way we normally do since 2009 to date. Thank you.
Asante sana, Shakespeare. Let's give him a clap. From what I'm getting, that we must be ready. We must be climate action ready. Otherwise, the money is not there, which I am sure is still an ongoing debate. Beatrice, now, listening to the other colleagues and from where we sit, what do you think as a region should be our priority in terms of access the climate facilities that is present? You can start by also introducing yourself, but those who may want to follow up on exactly that.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mburu. My name is Beatrice Okoko. I'm the Director of Commercial Services in the Basin Development Authority. I'd like to talk about the possible priorities on climate financing and in perspective to the agricultural value addition, the impacts of climate change and the climate action opportunities that would be available for us. Agricultural value chain basically is the increasing of value through production or processing, manufacturing processes, marketing and services from the primary commodities, agricultural commodities. And as we are aware, climate change poses significant challenges in the agricultural value chain, and some of them include impacting crop yields, disrupting supply chains, increasing production costs, altering the nutritional composition of the commodities, and instability, market instability. All these are caused by the climate change impacts, and these challenges, to address them, we need a collective and multifaceted approach to them. These include adopting smart agriculture, investing in research and development, and I'm happy that Maseno University, through Dr. Owiga mentioned here, that they are emphasizing on research in information and knowledge at the Maseno University. and also developing resilient supply chains. Apart from this, we realize that agricultural value chain impacts the climate negatively by the potent emission of gases to the atmosphere. For example, emission of methane from paddy fields, and fossil fuels from machinery and processing plants. Now, when we look at these challenges that arise due to the processing and agricultural value chain that involves processing and production, we find that there are quite a number of opportunities that we can pick from there that involve action, climate action opportunities, and this can be used to tap into the climate finance that is out there. I had a few speakers speak. The speakers who spoke here previously, some of them were saying that they have plans, but there are no funds to finance those plans. I want to disagree with that statement, and I want to state that what we lack could probably be lack of bankable concepts to tap into the climate finance. Otherwise, if we have good concepts that we can use to tap into those funds, because we are being told that the funds are lying out there and they are in abundance. So how come that we have plans but we can't tap into these finances? It is simple, we don't have the bankable concept to tap into these finances. And I also can't overemphasize the bottom line, which is roping in on or involving the communities at the bottom level, from the bottom level, the youth, the women, and all other players in the sector, because as an institution or one institution cannot do this on their own. We need to reach each other as institutions. We need to reach out to private sectors. We need to reach out to the global community so that we tap into these funds. Otherwise, we cannot do it on our own. Neither the counties can do it on their own, or other institutions cannot do it on their own. It is a collective responsibility, and it is the responsibility of us to start and seek out each other out there so that we get into partnerships, private-public partnerships, collaborations to help us tap into these finances. Otherwise, we will come back here in the next 5 or 3 years again, and we will be saying the same thing here again. I want to rest my case there. Thank you.
Thank you for those sentiments. We come to MD Kiwasco Thomas, and I think during his remarks, he outlined the efforts that Kiwasco especially is doing within the water sector. And I want to ask you, coming from a public sector institution, and who seems to be playing a lot of role in matters climate change, what would you say are which are the quick wins, and especially through partnering with the private sector? Because I think what you have lacked in this meeting, I have not had so much experience from private sector players. So from where you see, what avenues, especially looking at the forms of PPP that we will be able to use? Because we just have to say that money is the problem. Shakespeare the same. Is that the real position? And so, what exactly is we are not doing what we need to do from a PPP perspective?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Moderator Laban. Yes, indeed, I am in the public sector. But when it comes to public and private financing for climate action, just as Beatrice has said, I mean, it's about packaging and having bankable concepts and projects, and you'd be able to unlock that. But first and foremost, for you to attract either public or private financing, you must have measurable indicators to show that either you are impacting negatively on the environment, not because you like it, but because of the nature of business you are in and the conditions surrounding your business. But if you are doing that, also you must demonstrate that you are making deliberate efforts to reduce those negative impacts, like, for example, you planting trees, you using renewable energy, etc. So, and all this has to be measurable. If you look at most companies today, they have what is called sustainability reporting. Sustainability reporting is how you impact positively to your stakeholders, and that includes the environment. And this sustainability reporting is actually part of the finance report. Okay? So if you're able to do that, then you're demonstrating that you are investing in climate mitigation and adaptation, and therefore you are able to be attracting financials, to attract bankable proposals that you might have. For us, one of the areas we're looking at is renewable energy. And in renewable energy, we want to go green, we want to go solar in this financial year. And because we can demonstrate the gains that we can make by going solar, the financial gains and the environmental gains in terms of energy efficiency and of course friendly to energy friendly to the environment. We are able to talk to private investors who are willing to come on board and invest through a model that we call build, operate, and transfer. We're also looking at energy efficiency, where we're looking at energy efficient pumps. The efficiency of pumps has an impact in the environment. If you are using pumps that are not energy efficient, then you are polluting the environment. But if you're using energy efficient pumps, then you are reducing the emissions that you emit to the environment. And again, we are able to talk to financials, and they are able to support that because it has an impact on climate change. So climate change is an thing currently, and if you package it well, as has been said, then you are able to obtain financing. Now, in the market today, Laban, we have what we call the green bonds. Green bonds are these are financing mechanisms that help mitigate against climate change. I mean, both the mitigation and the adaptation. And these green bonds are available in the market. But as I said before, you must demonstrate that in your business you are affecting the environment negatively. And number two, you are taking steps to address those negative impacts. So green bonds would finance anything to do with renewable energy, energy efficiency, clean transport. The other day you saw our president driving an electric car to KICC. That's an example of clean transport. And if we could all adopt that so that it's not a one-off affair, right? Then we'll be demonstrating that if, for example, in Kisumu we start using electric motorbikes, that's a good demonstration that there's something we're doing towards reducing the negative effects of climate change. And it is happening in Kisumu already. The other day I was in Dunga and I saw a charging port for electric motorbikes. Okay, it's something that you can go and see. It's not yet operational, but it's being set up. So these are things that are coming up. The other area that the green bond would finance is wastewater management, and that's one of our key mandates. It's actually our United mission to provide sanitation services. So we have 2 wastewater treatment plants. So as I mentioned in the morning, these treatment plants, we are emitting methane gas and carbon dioxide. And I say that we are already working towards harnessing the methane gas and producing biogas for internal and for sales. That's a project that a green bond would easily finance. Of course, when you go to the blue economy, we also have blue bonds. The blue bonds, the difference with the green bonds, that blue bonds are these are debt facilities by either government or development banks that finance maritime projects that have a positive impact on the environment. You know that our oceans are heavily polluted, so a blue bond would finance a project that reduces the pollution that we have on our water bodies. And Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, they have very good research on that. So those are various private and public funding options. We are saying that for us to, of course, there's a funding gap when it comes to climate action, and we are saying that the private investment in climate action should increase by 40% every year up to 2030 for us to make an impact. And therefore, public-private partnerships is very key. As a public institution, in Kisumu, what we are doing is that we become a catalyst for public-private partnerships. Through Kiwasco, we are able to sign MOUs with private entities who come and invest in climate-smart technologies within the counties. Yeah, so there is funding, both public and private, and you can see that this summit, the main one in Nairobi, if you look at the papers today, from yesterday's sessions, you see that Kenya is going to receive quite a good amount of funding. As I said, this is because the West know that they are the heavy polluters of the environment. Therefore, their impact is bigger than in Africa. And therefore, they must give us money so that we mitigate against the negative effects of climate change. Thank you.
That's very weighty and very well articulated statements. Let's give him a clap, please. And now, listening to all the panelists, we seem like we are very positive in terms of climate financing And I want now to ask the audience, from where you sit, after listening to what the panelists have said, I want your comments, your suggestions, and I also want us to speak even as we provide solutions. Like, for example, what are the 3 critical areas that maybe we might need to focus on as a takeaway from this summit, which we might subject to accessibility to these finances that we've had is so much available. And this is also something I want the panelists to think about in identifying such initiatives or projects. What mechanisms do we need to put in place so that we can give LBDA work from here? Because even from the blue economy, the Sustainable Blue Economy Conference that we held in 2018, a lot of financing has been put toward that end. But there has been issues, challenges in terms of accessing that facility. And I want to talk as a region, because having listened to the morning discussion, we also need to speak jealously from where we sit. This money that was promised even yesterday, how does it find itself in our region? So even as you ask your questions, also offer solutions and suggestions, and especially those in civil society. I think sometimes you see to think on your feet. Who want to be the first one? Have a hand on you. That's number 1. Number 2. Number 2, the lady. Shit, that whatever. Then gentleman on number 3. This side. Have number 4. Number 5. Yeah. So let's then in red, number 5. Yeah? You have a mic?
Thank you.
Take the floor.
Thank you.
Say your name and where you come from, and then be brief, please.
All right. My name is Ruben Siso, Programs Manager at Aquarage Limited. Our work basically involves empowering tilapia fish farmers, both with ponds and cages. And from our basic interaction with these farmers, one area where climate financing come in is right now we are faced with the challenge of natural phenomena like upwelling. And we've talked of mitigation, we've talked of adaptation. One thing that is coming out is early alarm systems or early warning systems towards the issue of upwelling. Could we finance uptake of technology to help in picking up early warning systems? For instance, fish, both in the cage and in the pond, depends on 3 main factors for proper feeding. 1 is the water temperature, 2 is the stocking density, which basically means how many pieces of fish do you have in that cage or in that pond. And then 3, the acidity or alkalinity of that water. So if we have technology that is able to take up these 3 factors, predict for easy planning and for adaptation, could we have financing going into IoT-powered sensors, which can then pick up water temperatures, and then based on that, it's relayed for easy reading of the feeding regime, which the farmer needs to know how much feed to give the fish. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2. That's a very good question.
For me, the issue is the issue of knowledge management. And the issues of looking at the tacit knowledge which communities had in engaging on the protection of the environment. And how then, even for example, if you talk about the different breeding zones within the lake, they were very well aware of how this was done. So one of the things we will look at in the solution is that 1, how well invested are we in engaging young people in their different intersections of the issues of regenerative agriculture. So that when they are engaging in this particular region, we are looking at how agroecology is a solution which at the household level, people are very aware of how this is done. But investment, even when you look at how budgets for agriculture sector is received, the county governments, how much is the allocation for counties? So if I would ask even any county which is here, has it ever gone beyond 3% for both recurrent and development? If that is not done, then there's no way that we're going to engage. So as we talk about the ICT centers, how is government also allocating the ICT hubs, which are public and supported by government itself? Those spaces are there to build skills, retain knowledge, and employ youth. And employ also those with different disabilities to participate. So unless we have a public participation exercise which then includes community knowledge and community to strategize with government and with the private sector, then constantly leave those people behind and yet expect these particular people to participate in processes which they are not included. So public participation and inclusion is very key.
That's a very good suggestion. I hope that rapporteurs are taking notes of that. We heard that question was from gentleman in quite a while. Then we close to the other side.
Thank you very much. I just want to continue the discussion on the project financing, or rather climate financing. But before we even reach there, then we have to look at various activities that us we can do at our various levels of community or institution. First, we know when we talk about climate, we are referring basically to climate change. We are referring basically to, for example, what can we do? One, about right now increasing the tree cover. We're also talking about issues of growing more trees, that is pollution, waste management, and even carbon emissions. Now, when we are addressing these 3 or 4 issues, then we'll talk about the institutional approach at our various institutions. Which mechanism or approaches are we supposed to put in place to address these particular challenges, and even at the community level? Before we go for financing, and I believe for those who are writing project proposal, first somebody wants to fund you will ask you, what are you doing in your own small way at the community level, at an institutional level? Now, for example, at a community level, then we'll talk about growing more trees, controlling waste, reducing pollution. At an institutional level, for example, in our institution, various organization companies, we also know that there's a role we have to start playing in order to address the issue of climate change. One is carbon emissions. We know that most of our institutions, for example, I'll give an example of LBDA or county government or where we work, institutions like universities where we work, you find that we have, for example, several vehicles. You know, one vehicle emits around 4.6 metric tons of carbon in a year. And you find our institutions, for example, the county government or even our universities, actually we have more than 200 vehicles. Now imagine 200 vehicles, or take a minimum of 100 vehicles. Each vehicle is emitting 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide in a year, multiply. Now, is it possible that us as our institution will be able to do something? For example, instead of having each department, for example, is having 20, 30 vehicles, are we able to use, for example, a pooling system where one vehicle can be able to support all the departments? In that way, in our own institution, we'll be managing what you're talking about, the climate change you're talking about. So I think for us, we have to interrogate ourselves first, as a community, as an institution, that what can we do? We start from ourselves, because normally charity begins at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to ask you to summarize, and then second, kind of be brief, specific.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Brian Omotieno.
LBDA. So my question to the panelists, there are two. Number one, what are some of the shortfalls experienced through climate financing? What are some of the shortfalls experienced through climate financing? Number two, what's the thin difference between climate change, adaptation, and resilience? Thank you.
Very clear and straightforward. Final question.
My name is Beatrice Amondi. Mine is a suggestion. I've heard here the emphasis has been on tree planting, and tree planting, which is a good thing. I think everybody has seen who walks in the city, opposite Sarova. The plants that were planted there, all of them have died. And the plants that were also planted in Angawa Street, all of them have died. So my suggestion is this: as we advocate for tree planting, can we also try to commit people who can take care of these plants as we plant them? By committing, I mean, can we actually get people employed who can take care of these plants? This directly goes to the county government, if there's any representative here.
We close the question. The very last one. Thank you.
Chairman. My name is Professor Tom Olielo. I've been a lecturer in Maseno and the Great Lakes University, also lectured in Kenya. And I was once also in Kenya Bureau of Standards. Now there is another simple pollution which is going on. And I think we should control it. This is about soiling of rivers. Rivers are becoming dirty. All these rivers, if you drive or go along the rivers, they have changed from clear, clean rivers to brown, dirty rivers. Both the small and even the very large rivers. Why don't we use is it National Youth Service, like the group which was cutting grasses along the streets and the estates, to plant bamboos and even some other grasses along all the rivers, because now we are seeing the Lake Victoria is coming dirty. It is because it's being loaded by all rivers, and I think even small oceans will be also made dirty. The rivers, when we were young, rivers were clean. Rivers were clean. I grew up in Kajulo here. Now when I see the rivers, which our mothers used to get water from, I don't think they can get water from all those rivers. And even Yala rivers, probably Yala is maintained a little. Nyando river, which one is that? Sondu river, they are all getting heavily dirty. So this is my proposal, that this group that were cutting grasses everywhere, they should plant some grasses, bamboos along all the rivers and be paid for it. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Let's appreciate those who have asked the questions. I want to request Thomas from Kiwasko to pick a question or two and respond, and then understand you need to leave and also make closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you. I'll pick the question on early warning signs on upwelling. I think the technology on early warning signs is already available. It's the uptake that is very low. If you talk to the scientists at Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, they have it, and I know they work very closely with the fishermen. I think there's a new term, because when you say fishermen, you're excluding the female folks. I can't remember the new term. They work very closely with the fishermen. The problem is doing the right thing from the beginning. When we had a lot of fish dying, all the fish that were dying were not the free-range fish. They were fish that were in cages. And the location of those cages was not correct. And this had been advised by the fisheries department. So if those fishermen would have done the right thing, probably that the death of the fish because of the upwelling phenomena would not have happened. But in terms of technology, the early warning signs, it is available, and I request the gentleman to visit Kemfree offices on the old airport road. You'd be able to have a discussion with them. The other question that probably I might want to handle is the difference between climate resilience and climate adaptation. Resilience and adaptation is one and the same thing, because when you talk of resilience or adaptation, we are realizing the fact that climate change is here with us. The negative effects are, of course, impacting on us. How do we live with that in a sustainable way? So living with that is being resilient. In a sustainable way is being adaptive to the current circumstances. As I close, my other panelists will take the other questions. I mean, these things start with us as individuals. Okay? Let's avoid pollution. Let's stop polluting our environment, throwing plastic bottles, releasing fecal sludge into our water bodies, abusing on-site sanitation facilities. You dig a big latrine. If it is full, you cover it and dig one next to it. Those are practices that lead to pollution of the environment. The other thing is, of course, growing trees. And I want to tell the professor that these days we don't plant trees, both at the county level, at least I know that. We grow trees. Everywhere we do tree planting, we work with the community very closely and give them incentives to grow, to take care of those trees until they reach a mature age. That is a sustainable way of taking care of our environment, as opposed to the PR exercise, where you go with the governor to a place, plant trees, and then forget about that place. What happens today is, and the chair, Honorable Doe, will concur with me, he's planted a lot of trees, both as an individual and as an organization, and I know they work with communities to ensure that those trees grow until maturity. So it starts with us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take up the challenge. Financing or not, we don't need financing to plant a tree. And I know many of us are doing it. We only need to upscale that. Thank you.
Thank you, MD. There was a question on whether we are able to finance the technologies for early warning, and especially because of the upwelling. A very quick answer. Is willing to give that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll try to be very short. You know, when you're paid to talk, sometimes you could talk, because if you don't talk, they'll sack you. So, one, it's about financing. any climate action is valid for financing. And to take it further, climate financing is even making it very hard, because if you don't have a baseline survey, if you don't have any research report that has been done on that thing that you want to do, be it fish caging, be it smart farming, be it all that put together, the only thing is that, can you prove that this thing that I'm saying is not just from a boardroom talking? So anything that has got some kind of a baseline survey which has been done and some research, that one is very valid for uptake. So technology is in the center of accessing climate financing. Any valid thing that you put in front for financing, if it doesn't have the component of technology, itakuwa kizungumkuti kidogo. Then two, there was that thing that you was like, after this, what next? And maybe, DJ sweke ile screen kidogo ile ya FAO. If you look at that screen in front of you, I want to challenge this team. I want to challenge 18 counties. And Daktari, you are here. You know, when you are getting that thing, that thesis, I wasn't there. But now you are here. Uliapa. Up there we have the FAO with 250 billion. Green Climate Fund. If we can do that as Lake Basin Development, with the leadership of the Lake Basin Development Authority, I think that one will be our best entry point together as a team, as a takeaway for this.
Thank you. I'm rushing you. Beatrice, you're crossing the mark in the question. Giving a minute.
Thank you so much. I also wanted to comment on Professor Tom Oliel's remarks on the rivers that are becoming more polluted and they are more dirty than before. And I want to say that part of the contributing factor to this is the poor farming practices that we are experiencing currently and poor soil management practices. And this is what I was saying in my statement before, that in agricultural value addition, we need to come up with climate change action plans that would address such challenges. And this would include smart climate agriculture practices, technological innovations, and of course investment in technology and research and development and technology innovations. Thank you.
Thank you. Mila? 30 seconds.
I want to pick on the question on approach and knowledge management. I want to mix them together. And I want to say that we are not clear on the approach, and you see these are national issues, and we know as a country we are struggling with the issue of inclusivity, and maybe this is the time to discuss inclusivity. And if I'm asked about inclusivity, then I will say that if you look at the educational sector, there's inclusivity because at the most local level you can find funds being taken up to the school. What happened to these other sectors? Why can't we take money down to the people on agriculture? Why can't we take money to the people on issues of water? And people are managing finances in the educational sector so well. Why are we still having finances stuck at the county level? So if we are talking about inclusivity, then you look at the educational sector and you will see how inclusive it is. That is a model that you can use in a country and spread it across all sectors. That is the approach. Down there, that's where we'll get the knowledge. I mean, if you don't face it, then we are not here anymore. Then two, I wanted to discuss, I wanted to share about climate actions and the basis of us being here. And the basis of us being here is to discuss real climate actions, not piecemeal activities. Because climate actions must be transformative, must be bankable, must be innovative. So when we talk about technology, it's at the middle of this discussion, and all the projects must be bankable. Transformative, when I talk about transformative projects, what kind of transformative projects are we talking about? If you look at solar panels, getting into homes, that is something transformative. You can see it in every home. If you look at the phones we are holding in our hands, they were not there 20 years ago. That is something transformative. If you look at the eucalyptus tree, it was not there before. Now you can find it in every single home. Let us look for projects that can spread across the region and can get into every single home. That is the discussion we want to share. And those are the climate action. And Mburu, call these things, let's use the language that puts us here. We are not talking about projects anymore. We are talking about climate actions. Yeah, it's the same thing, but the language matters in the conversation. Asante sana.
Finally, Christian.
Thank you for that. My take on this finally is even as we work towards the way forward, one of the things that we have to ask ourselves is on the issue of also carbon credits, that we are doing so much on the ground, but we do not measure what we do. And that is the same language and conversation that we have been hearing, especially in yesterday's summit. And as an authority or the institution around the Lake Basin region, right from the inception of our programs, our projects, it's a matter of being able to quantify and see what we are doing on the ground, so that we are able to access the carbon credits along with the others into the national grid. So way forward, as going along, we can also have a conversation around the carbon credits, so that we take advantage of what is outside there for us within the Lake Basin region. Thank you for that.
Let's once again thank the panelists. Come to the end. Wapige makofi. We had to rush through the final bit because we need to get back now to the closing session. Otherwise, I think the report will be shared. The county government is not represent the panel. I think those are questions should be answered. Thank you for listening and for participating.
All right. A round of good round of applause to Kenny Best, Regional Manager, Team Laban Burus. Tuwapigie makofi mazuri jamani. They've done us some wonderful work. Hiyo ni yenyu. Wacha tuwapigie ile digital, wachana na analog. Digital. Digital una slap tu lakini haikutani. Na analog ndio inakutana hivi. Lakini digital unawapatia tu hivi. Nasema digital, utasikia mtu anapiga analog ndani. Haya, tengeneza mikono yako tuwapigie ya digital. All right. Moja. I told you. Haya, weka mikono yao vizuri kwa Bwana Laban Mburu led team. Moja. Mbili. Tatu. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, nataka niwarudishe tena katika jukwaa, si wengine lakini Kochia Dancers wakuje watutumbuize dakika mbili alafu tapata closing remarks. Kochia Dancers tafadhali. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, all delegates, I'd love to call on Madam Damaris Dira to come and invite our last guest to give her remarks before someone else. I've been your master of ceremony in Sunday Derby, and have a lovely evening.
Makochia dancers, I think they do such a great job. Now we have come to the close of today and to the close of this session. And I want to request that we give a few minutes each, 5 minutes each, to the next speakers. Let's have the director of Kefiado, that is Easter Achieng, come and give a 5 minutes talk. And thereafter we shall have Honorable Monica Salano Feather from Bungoma.
Good afternoon and good evening, and my conversation today as a gender-concerned women's rights organization is to look at how, as our Deputy Governor of Kisumu County said, who is left out. In this particular process, we say that we will seek to improve, and one of the issues is that when we're talking about such a summit, it is very important for us to look at engaging different people in their different intersections. So for one, for example, I trust that as we go along, there'll also be sign language interpretation to ensure that one of the sign languages which is in Kenya in the constitution is part of this particular process. If you're looking at participation of women, often women are left out of conversations, and yet they are claimed to be the backbone of whatever it is that we're talking about. So part of the conversation is that when we are engaging women, do we have gender-responsive budgets, which then ensure that women's inclusion and participation in their voice and spaces are included? And if we are talking about inclusion of young people, are we ensuring that the inclusion of young people is not just as a tokenistic affair, or that the young people's faces and voices are part of this particular process? So part of what we are looking at and what we want to support is that how do you then give solutions to such kind of issues? Our solution is that one, if we are claiming that we want to be part of this robust process, and the summit is part of the initiatives which Kisumu County has done and which LREM we commend that has done to ensure that we are part of the map. As we are part of the map, what is our footprint which we are leaving on this earth? As we are leaving our footprints, for one, I think one of the first things we should do is the tree planting. I would suggest behind here in Kajulu Hills would be the first one. And I would suggest that because Nandi County is part of the other side of the river where we have contestations on how then we can manage that particular space, should be part of this particular process so that as communities we can share the processes of ensuring that climate adaptation is owned by the people. If we talk as duty bearers, it means that right holders who are part of this particular process often go scot-free in terms of their solutions to the issues which we have. If right holders who are citizens and countisans of the different counties in the Lake Region Economic Bloc are not included in being the solutions to the challenges which they contribute to, then we will have another summit in another few years talking about the same issues without any solutions. So it is important for us that whatever it is that we are signing tomorrow must have that one, if women's voices are not in it, then it cannot be a solution because women are bearing the burden of climate change. When we look at the challenges where people, in terms of every time you see a picture when Kano buses is banked, I always see that it is women who are struggling to be in camps and their children in those particular spaces. When we look at the challenges which then we face for children who then, because of the different issues, are not able to get enough adequate nutrition, we look at the opportunities in agroecology, which then can ensure that we can do agriculture through regenerative agriculture approach, which then is doing climate adaptation. And if we don't invest in such kind of areas, then we'll still have a challenge in ensuring that the money talks where it is supposed to talk. And if communities are not part of this particular process, then we'll be talking to ourselves in different workshops. We'll go to the next COP,
at today, it would be interesting to see how then we'll engage environmental clubs in schools, so that this particular investment is learned in schools. We would like to be interested in knowing that even the curriculum under the Ministry of Education is actually telling young people and children right from the time they enter into class about how they can become climate change champions and how then they can adapt climate change. So the education sector is key. But also, it is also important for us to remember history and tell our stories of how some of these things which have happened before, because even in the Bible, the Noah story is the issue of climate change. So when we look at Noah, it means that even in religious texts, in our own traditional texts and our own stories, all these issues have solutions where community members are part of that solution. So my quest is to ask that when we're talking about these stories, the face of the story must also be inclusive of those women, those people with different disabilities, so that when they're participating in investment, they are Kenyans like any other Kenyan. And we ask that when we're talking about these issues, what are the public funds, for example, the resources in the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, which looks at investment in this particular area? There are national government funds which then are supposed to support young people in ensuring that the community forest associations work. So if the community forest associations are supposed to work, who is investing and supporting these community forest associations, either with the budget from national government or with the budget from the county government? So the programs which are there is an interesting program being implemented in Kisumu County called SWOCA. It's going to be very interesting to see that as we want to reclaim the spaces where we are, because history tells us that where we sit right now was once part of a forest, of Kisumu forest, and was once part of Kakamega forest. If you look at it across the region, is that what we are doing is that we are building concrete blocks, and yet we are saying that as Kisumu County, for example, is the coast, that we are a green city. So when we're looking at bringing this city, how purposeful are we to ensure committee members are part of bringing the city? And that we're not sitting talking in another conference, and then the building of the city will not be done. So I ask our fellow counties and our fellow citizens, and those within the Lake Region below, that whatever it is that we are doing, it is quite interesting to see that one of the things we should have looked at is that in assessment of this one, we have the Lake Region Economic Blueprint. And the Lake Region Economic Blueprint had some of these issues embedded in the Lake Region Economic Blueprint. And financing was part of it. So if you're not able to finance some of these activities, if you're not able to ensure that whatever it is, the money which is being talked about, how much of it is actually going to come to communities to change whatever it is we have in communities, or will it be going to the current expenditure, and we'll say that actually, we actually got 200 and what, 60 billion, or is it billion? But out of this amount of money, maybe 60 million is what will go into the whole region. So my rallying call is to ask the marginalized groups, who include the women here, to stand up and be seen and show up. You will never be invited to the table. Bring your chair to that particular space and get your voice heard. We are asking those who are with different disabilities to ensure that when we are talking about social inclusion, it is meaningful social inclusion and not tokenistic social inclusion. So that when we are saying how climate change affects people differently, we trust that the Lake Region Economic Bloc, and particularly the Lake Basin, will ensure that our milestones also reflect the issues of communities out there. The communities out there are me and you, not probably the people sitting in this room, but the people who we represent. So it means that when we are sitting here, how many people do you represent in this particular space? And do you think that their voices were heard today? And if not, when do you think their voices will be heard? And when will they be seen in this particular space as the face which we need to see when you're talking about the issues of climate action? If you talk about climate action, talk about climate justice. When you're talking about carbon, talk to me about what's the footprint. And who owns that carbon footprint? One of the things which I'm aware of is that there are all these big companies, which are often from the north, who are often the ones who talk about the issues of the carbon footprint and the carbon credit. Unless we as the people who come from this region are well aware of what carbon credit means and how to claim it, and how to engage on it, then we will be doing as a service to us as a region and as a people. I trust the running goal has reached and will go more inclusive and ensure we go to the issues of climate action purposely to include all those people who are marginalized and often left out. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was Esther Acheng from Kefiado. And now we want to welcome Honorable Dr. Monica Salano Feather. Dr. Monica Salano Feather is the County Executive Committee member of Bungoma County. She is the County Executive Member, Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, Irrigation, and Cooperative Development. She is also the Acting County Secretary and Head of Public Service for Bungoma County and an agricultural and food systems expert. Karibu sana, waziri.
Thank you very much, Madam Damaris. Thank you for introducing me. There are times when I introduce myself and everybody starts laughing because it is such a long title. Until one day my daughter told me, "Ma'am, don't be introducing yourself." Yeah, so thank you very much for this opportunity to come here and speak to this esteemed congregation. I wish to thank the MD, Lake Basin Development Authority, for organizing this event on the Africa Climate Change Summit side event. I think we need to give you a round of applause. A little bit bigger than that, please. So I'm very much delighted to be here, and I want to recognize all those dignitaries that are here. I'm told we have the chair of the Victoria South Water Works Development Agency, Honorable Calvins. We have people from organizations, institutions, universities. Thank you for making this event a success, and thank you for coming to support the MD or Managing Director at the Basin Development Authority. Now, this Africa Climate Change Summit that is happening in Nairobi was convened by none other than His Excellency the President. Last week, Bungoma County hosted the President. He came for prayers and he also came to look at development projects. And when one guest was speaking, he actually praised our President. He told us that he is the top of the world. Why was it so? It is because he had convened the Africa Climate Change Summit, and he has brought together leaders of the world, and especially leaders of Africa, who will convene in Nairobi, have a conversation, after which they'll come up with a position paper. This position paper will be presented at the Conference of Parties later in the year. I think it is in Qatar. So some of us who are not able to go to Nairobi, we are really glad that this event is happening here, and that is why I'm really grateful to the MD, CPA, Wycliffe Ochaga. Thank you very much. Now, my focus of today's talk is let us walk the talk. We have come here, we have listened to various speakers speak. The Deputy Governor was here, we have heard panelists, and we all know what climate change is. But what are we doing? Let us walk the talk. Professor Tom has talked about our rivers being dirty. But I'll tell you, not all rivers are dirty. We are just rivers in some parts of Kenya, some parts of the world, where people have not taken it upon themselves to do what is right. Recently, I went to the Kikoska Games, that is Kikoska, this county government association sports that are participated in by county governments. This year, the event was being held in Meru. So this time I decided not to fly to Nairobi and take maybe a bus Eldoret, Nakuru, Nyahururu, up to Meru. But when I was leaving Bungoma, the first river I crossed was Ribanzoya. Ribanzoya is very, very dirty. Dirty in the sense that it is full of soil. It's actually not dirt, but it is soil. So I went to Nakuru, up to around Nyahururu. After Nyahururu, the rivers are clean. So what are the people in Nyahururu or the other part of Kenya, what are they doing that we are not doing? And I'm happy that Professor has talked about dirty rivers. I work with the Department of Agriculture. I've been in the agriculture sector for now 30 years. We had a program that we used to call Soil and Water Conservation. It was funded before devolution. We used to do what we call riverbank protection. We went out and pegged rivers. We trained farmers, we trained staff so that they could go and peg the rivers. Pegging means they were able to show farmers beyond which they could not farm. What we are calling the riparian reserve. So why can we also go out and peg our rivers and plant trees? When the MP, we have a task. Maybe one of these days, let us just take just a tour. Just take a tour to other parts of the country where we are having clean rivers. What you do realize, they are not farming along the riverbanks. But in Western Kenya, our farmers are farming along riverbanks. So there is soil erosion. When the rains come because of the climate change, we have the floods. The floods just wash away the topsoil, and the topsoil goes to the rivers. These rivers are going to Lake Victoria. It causes what you call eutrophication. And that is why you see the water hyacinth. It is as a result of eutrophication. Let us walk the talk. We have heard so much today. We have heard about climate financing. Our friend here has talked about FLOCA. FLOCA is financing locally led action, climate action. Even in Bungoma, I think we are to receive around 50 million. But are we able to use that money in the right place? Let us have smart targets. Let us target what we are supposed to do objectively. Otherwise, we shall not be talking the talk or talking the talk. So, do we all understand what climate change is? Maybe we do not. When we have floods that never used to happen, that is climate change. When we have changes in the measures of temperature, in the measures of precipitation, that is rain, in the measures of wind, that is climate change. And climate change has consequences. We have natural consequences, we have social consequences, we have consequences that affect businesses. Let us walk the talk. And if we walk the talk, we shall be on the right trajectory because we have to utilize our resources sustainably for posterity. Because imagine if all the soil is washed into Lake Victoria, it will silt. Maybe 100 or 1,000 years from now, we shall not have Lake Victoria. You have all been hearing about the floods in Ahero. What does that mean? It means that at one time the lake was extending up to Ahero, where there is flooding. So one time we shall not have Lake Victoria. So we have to walk the talk. Let us begin the action now. The money is there. But even if the money is there and we are not walking the talk, it will not come to anything. I personally feel that we need to do mainstreaming of climate issues in all our development programs. In Bungoma County, I think we receive around 13 billion every year. Why are we not targeting climate actions? I think we need to strengthen our policy, strategic, and legal framework. Let us have regulations that will guide the citizens of Kenya or of the world. I'm saying so because I think human beings need a little force. Because most people are in the comfort zones when it comes to climate issues. We really do not care. And as I've told you, when I was in Meru, I again saw something that really disturbed me. I saw some women, you know, whose backs have bent so much. You know, they are walking and it's like, you know, their backs have curved. But again, what did I realize? We are having these women who go to look for firewood in the forests. But they are carrying so much, a heavy load. You know, the load that is carried by a donkey, that is what those women are carrying on their backs. I remember one time when I was employed right back in 1993, we had some programs in the Ministry of Energy where we were training farmers on how to use energy-saving jikos. They were called Kunimbili jikos. But nowadays, I don't see many of them. It's like some programs have been abandoned instead of being scaled up. Let us walk the talk. I think we are together. Yes, the issue of the climate change is so serious, such that we should not just have peace in our minds. Let us not have peace in our heart. Let us change, let there be a paradigm shift. Let us change the way we are doing things. Let us mainstream issues of climate. I think even the curriculum should be changed so that our children, right from maybe pre-primary, know that there is climate change. Even when we are brushing teeth on that sink, you know, you'll open the water will start flowing before you brush your teeth. When you are washing your hands, you open that tap. Let us also do more of walking. We don't always have to drive. Everywhere, our roads are full of vehicles. They are emitting carbon. I've also realized that most people are cutting trees and they are not planting. I'm happy that last week I had a conversation with the MD, CPA Wycliffe. He told me that Lake Basin Authority has a plan of planting, having around 5 billion fruit tree seedlings. That is quite a number. But somebody said that trees are planted and they don't survive, they dry. Why? Because we are not taking responsibility. Let us walk the talk. So from here, let us begin right from our homes. For those of you who have, let's say, 2 animals, you can be able to have biogas. Biogas is green energy. Let us eat insects. I had a chance to study my PhD in the area of entomophagy, that is the practice of eating insects. You've heard about the black soldier flies. And in fact, I studied an insect that really, you know, people wouldn't imagine that it can be eaten. It is called oponyo in the Luo. The dung beetle. Actually, it is very, very nutritious. There is a man in my village who has been eating the dung beetle larvae for a long time. He has not grown old. He doesn't become sick. Why? Insects have high amounts of zinc. They have high amounts of iron. During Corona, most of us were buying zinc at the counter in the chemist. But if you ate insects, you didn't need to buy zinc from the shops. Yeah, because like insects have very limited footprints. They do not emit greenhouse gases. So let us eat more of insects, because as we keep more livestock emit a lot of methane gases, which contribute to greenhouse gases. These greenhouse gases usually trap the sun's rays, so that now we have what we call the global warming. Global warming are ensuring that we have the seas that are rising, the glaciers are melting. That is why we'll always have floods. So let us walk the talk. Let us do the right thing, and at the end of the day, we shall have a happy world, a happy environment. And even in the agriculture sector, we encourage organic farming, because the use of fertilizer, especially because fertilizers have the nitrous, they release nitrous oxide, which is a greenhouse gas. So let us do the right thing, and information is there. So if you are not informed, look for information, because information is power. With all that, I want to thank you, but let us walk the talk. Thank you.
It is now time that I would like to call the CEO and MD of Lake Basin Development Authority, who's been our host for the days that we've been here, so that he can give us his remarks before he calls the guest of honor of the session. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Damaris, Waziri Fedha, Chairman Honorable Calvin Sodoyo, and the panelists who were here before we began these speeches. Sometimes in 2020, when we had COVID, I was watching Spice FM. And I remember it was being hosted by a gentleman called Latif. And I saw a gentleman there talking very passionately about climate change. And the gentleman was called Mila. And then 3 weeks ago, my chairman reached out to me that he got a few champions whom he wanted me to meet with and have conversations with in regards to climate change. Now, he didn't mention to me that he wanted me to meet with Mila, but he introduced another gentleman called Shakespeare. And then it was on a weekend. I think it was on Saturday. I called Shakespeare and I told him that I was introduced to you by my board chair and we need to have a conversation on climate change and climate financing. So I invited him to the office on Monday, the following week, so that I could hear what he had in regards to climate change. Now when he came with Mila. And I was like, I know this gentleman, though we haven't met, but I saw him speak on television very passionately about climate change. And then we had a number of engagements, and then I challenged them that what then can we do so that we be part of the conversation on climate change. And then one of the recommendations that they gave me is that we must do something alongside the African Climate Summit that is coming up. Then I asked them, what do we do? Do you need me to participate? And if I'm participating, are you in a position to secure for me a space at the national level so that I become a panelist or I co-chair a session? And they told me that, no, we are not taking you to Nairobi. You are having this summit here in Kisumu, and we want you to bring together all the government agencies within the Lake Basin region. We want you to bring together all the learning institutions. We want you to bring together all the champions and anybody who wants to participate towards climate change. It seemed impossible, and I wanted to run away from it. So what I did, I told them to go and meet my director for planning, research, and strategy so that I get out of it. So they had conversation with Director Morris. I thought Morris would drag his feet on this so that we escape the pressure. But Morris took the challenge. And what they did quickly was to set up a secretariat, what they called a delivery unit, to reach out to the partners and also plan for this event. So that is how the planning began. It was a very rapid one. The team was meeting every day. The team was meeting every day for the last 2 weeks. And they looped me into the WhatsApp group. At some point, wakanitoa. I don't know why they did that. maybe they didn't want to stress me so much. So every day I was following on the deliberations, whatever support they needed from me, I was able to give that support. And that is why we are here today. And I said that because part of our mandate is to coordinate and plan the activities within the Lake Victoria catchment area, we must take this as a challenge and have it as a baseline for subsequent summits that will be coming up in future. So ladies and gentlemen, this is just a beginning. It is the first one we have held. It must have come with challenges, but I must say for sure that we have succeeded in delivering this summit in this region. Thank you. Now, over the last 2 or 3 days, we've had a number of conversations here as a region, and part of the resolutions that we have had are, number one, that we need to develop partnerships, because it has been demonstrated that we cannot do these things individually or as an institution. So we must be able to partner with other institutions, other government agencies. We must be able to collaborate with others, and we must be able to commit to ourselves and also come up with pledges as institutions that are coming up together to drive this agenda moving forward. And then, ladies and gentlemen, climate financing has become so loud for the last 2 or 3 days, and I believe that it is a topic that now everybody understands what it means by climate financing, how we can access climate finance, and the next thing then would be for us to develop interest on how or on the criteria that are available so that we are able to align ourselves to access these particular resources. Now, green growth agenda has been discussed on increasing our cover, the forest cover, and of course, doing more of fruit cover, or what we call forest cover, and not just planting trees. We have been challenged here by the MD for Kiwasco that we do a lot of planting trees, but then moving forward, we need to focus on growing trees, so that we are able to monitor the trees that we plant to their maturity. So even if it means coming up or seeking for collaborations and partnerships when it comes to developing the systems, the management information systems that can help us track the life of these trees that we plant to their maturity, that is an area that we can also try and think about. Now, in terms of capacity building, we are supposed to strengthen our institutional capacities. We are supposed to strengthen the capacities of the community. I'm looking at an approach where we will be holding a lot of sensitizations. And this, as an authority, we cannot do alone. We will be working with the village elders. We will be working with the chiefs. We will be working with the government administrative units, the CBOs, our youths, so that we are able to have the message go down to the village on what we are supposed to do as a people. Now, I am glad that financial institutions, the banks, have nowadays set out criteria on how they finance businesses. And part of what they have introduced is to try and assess whether the business you are going to do or what you are seeking for finance also takes care of the environment. And if not, then what are some of the mitigative measures that you will be having to ensure that you don't pollute the environment and thereby reduce the risks of exposure as a result of the activities of the companies. Ladies and gentlemen, before I invite the Honorable Calvins to come and give his closing remarks, I want to appreciate these particular key players who have ensured that we deliver this summit here in Kisumu. One, I want to appreciate my board, the LBDA board, for the support that they have given the organization, the support that they have given me, and also creating time to attend this climate summit side event. It shows the level of commitment that the leadership has. It shows the support that the leadership has towards ensuring that the authority delivers on its mandate. I want to appreciate the partners, the collaborators, those who have come in to contribute in terms of ideas, to finance this activity. I want to appreciate in a very special way the delivery unit that was set up by the Director for Planning, Research and Strategy. I want to appreciate Mr. Miller and Shakespeare for exposing us and opening our eyes to think differently when it comes to such kind of activities. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate the support of the LBDA staff. They have been on standby, they have been available, they have been able to do whatever it takes, including attending this summit here from Sunday to yesterday to today. We've had the panelists who have immensely contributed to the topics. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate them for attending and also giving in their ideas and allowing the plenary to interrogate them. The media has done a good job. We have been live from Sunday on our social platform. This event has been sensitized for the last 1 week. It has been a rapid result initiative. And I think as a result of that, we have been able to deliver this. Now, I will not forget the entertainment group. I will not forget the MC, those who we invited, and those who volunteered to attend. Thank you very much, and may you be blessed. With those many, many remarks, allow me then to invite Honorable Odoyo Widi, the Chairman for Lake Victoria South Development Waterwork Agencies, to come and officially close today's session and close the summit. Thank you.
Good afternoon, one more time and one last time. When I sat there, there is something I am carrying home. And what I'm carrying home is, let us walk the talk. Let us walk. Now, I also want to introduce something, and that is as we live here. As we live here, let us go and teach all our children not only to plant a tree, but to grow a tree, because together we can. As we live here, let's pull together as communities to plant trees, to clean rivers, because it is only together that we can. When I was growing up, I used to notice that along the rivers, there were grass. Beyond the grass, as you go up the hills, there were shrubs. And up the hills, there were trees. We started cutting the trees up the hills. We came down to the shrubs for firewood, and we finally cleared the grass so that we farm. Let us join up with our communities, our neighbors, to reverse that, because only together that we can. Let us teach the people we come across to learn to conserve, to preserve our environment, If we do that as communities, as groups, it will work because together we can. In Africa, we have always seen ourselves individually. When you do something, you think you are the only one doing it. When you cut a tree, you think you are the only one doing it. When you cut grass, you think you are the only one doing it. When you release sewer into the rivers, you think you are the only one doing it. We have managed to destroy our ecosystem because together we can. It is time we started acting, knowing too many of us doing the wrong thing destroy us. Too many of us doing the right thing build us, because together we can. Let us, as a people, mind about each other. When we were young, we used to do nasty things upstream because we didn't care about those who lived downstream. It is time we began caring about those who live downstream. It is time we come together as a people to mind about others, because together we can. It is time we shouted loudly to our governments to help us plant the 15 billion trees. If you say nothing, no one will hear you. If you say it alone, a few will hear you. If we all say it, they will hear us, because together we can. Let us as a people bring peace into our communities that allows development and growth, that allows collaboration in doing things that are good for our society. If we do it together, it will work, because together we can. I want to finally thank my former home, Lake Basin Development Authority, for bringing all these people together for climate change in this city, because you discovered together we can. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move out of here together. Do you want me to pray for you? Yes, that is what I do best. Maybe many of you don't know. The great God of Moses, son of Abraham, the great God that my mother and father worshipped, the great God that knows us before you are born, the God that knows what is good for us before we do know. We always pray to you, asking you to do certain things for us. But God, today I want to talk to you so that you do to us what is good for us, not necessarily what we want. The great God of Abraham, remember the Lake Basin Development Authority fraternity. You brought good ideas and wisdom into its leadership. Please spread it, my dear God. I want to pray today that each one of us here lives here in peace and gets to his destination in peace. God, I want to pray that next time we gather again in such gatherings to glorify your name, to make it good for all of us, to bring unity among our people, to grow our people, our cities, our towns. God, protect us with all our children and wealth. Today I want to make a short prayer because you said we should not pray long as non-believers. In Jesus' name I pray. Thank you.
And may we all rise for national anthem. All right. Thank you very much. And we may all leave at your own place.